Today, we'll start off by recapping. I hope you've said hi to your neighbor because you're going to be talking a lot with them for half of today. So I hope if you have a neighbor, you've said hi to them. We'll start off by recapping what yesterday was like, what was discussed yesterday. I believe this is a summary of yesterday, pictorial summary of yesterday, but we'll have someone from the KTA advocates come and share with us what the breakdown, the key takeaways from yesterday were. And then we will have a conversation with Julianne from UCC. We'll introduce her much better when her time is due. So welcome to the KTA Symposium. At this point, I'd like to invite Kenneth Mohanji, a partner at the KTA Advocates, who is going to give us a brief of what happened yesterday. By the way, my name is Eugene Kavuma, 6 letters each. I am a balanced person. I'm also the founder at Kampala Design Week, and I head special projects at the Next Media Group. Kenneth.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. We are very early in the morning. We should be more vibrant this early morning, especially for those that were with us yesterday at Unipod in Makerere, where we did all of these things. Don't you guys love this? There's a very talented artist who recapped everything that we did yesterday. But let me introduce myself, then I can be able to introduce this. My name is Kenneth Mohanji. I am a partner at KTA Advocates and the head of technology, media, telecoms, intellectual property, and sustainability. So, and outside of that, I also chair the ICT cluster of Uganda Law Society and the Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Committee of East Africa Law Society. Our job or mandate is to ensure that as advocates, if I'm looking at it from ULS or ELS perspective, that we all understand these emerging areas, technology, telecommunications, intellectual property, and of course, more recently now we introduced sustainability, carbon credits and climate change. And one of our partners this afternoon, well, throughout the entire symposium is Ethos. And I think later on they'll share with us about sustainable events. And this event is also sustainable in a way, and so they will be able to share that. But my job is to recap for you what happened yesterday. We had a very good day yesterday. So as you see, maybe let me first recap a bit, since I'm seeing a few new faces, especially here at the front. So this is the 7th symposium that we're having. We have had 7. Can you imagine? Every year, even during COVID, we had a symposium. And overall, this event has actually been 9 years. Before, it used to be called the Colloquium, and then we changed to a fancy name, Symposium. But what that means basically is we converge, all of you here, from government, regulators, development partners, industry actors, academia, students, advocates, all of us to really discuss what it means to operate in the spaces that we operate. And so these symposia are very important, not just for thought leadership, but also for sharing and seeing how can we come up with policies that work for you guys. We understand that the law is at the core or is at the center of any industry, of any society. And without policy, without advocacy, without dialogue or discourse, it is impossible for you to be able to thrive in the businesses that you thrive. If you're regulated by a regulator, without the regulator interacting with those that they regulate, it's impossible to have a fair system where we all look at advancing the interests of Uganda or growing. As we know, we are moving from NDP 3 to NDP 4. All of those are fancy things to say that Uganda is strategic. And as the private sector, we are also part of that strategy, and it's our role to ensure that we discuss things like these that ensure that our future is secured. So yesterday we were at the Unipod in Makerere. UNDP gave us that space, and UNDP and Makerere University. And we discussed innovation. So some of the things we discussed, we had a World Cafe format like the one we are going to have today. One of the outcomes of this symposia is that we are going to prepare white papers that we shall then present to our regulators and to several ministries, and we hope those will then lead to policy reform. So yesterday, we discussed the role of innovation. And we're fortunate enough to have the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. I think that's now under the Office of the President. We had the Ministry of ICT. We also had Uganda Registration Services Bureau. That was from the government side. And then we had representation from Infectious Diseases Institute and several other entities that were, one, discussing topics around invention or innovation. For those of you that don't know, there are guys that decide to rank countries that are excelling or exceeding when it comes to innovation. And Uganda is 121 out of 141 countries in the Global Innovation Index rankings. That's not good. And the reason why we are 121 is because we feel that on the intellectual property side, which is really an indicator as to whether people are creating, whether people are happy, whether people are vibrant. So we feel that it's because we have very low patent applications. By the time some of us started practice, we had as low as 2 patent applications for an entire country, vis-a-vis other countries that have hundreds or even thousands of patent applications that come out. Now, if you have more people registering or applying for patents, that means you have more people that are innovating, you have more people that are inventing. So we have many bottlenecks in that regard. For someone from KTA, and this was a message from the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, saying that if you have, they're also cognizant that they're artisans or they're inventors. For example, in KTA, I think that is the most famous. But for those, how are they going to afford 3 million, 4 million shillings to apply for a patent? So we still feel like these are still bottlenecks that need to be addressed. And these are some of the things that we discussed. In the sector of pharmaceuticals, for many of us, we grew up on herbal medicines. But for those of you that may not know, we do not or we cannot patent medicines in Uganda. Why? Because we are a low developing country. And there was a give and take from something they call the TRIPS agreement. The give is that we allow you to make or to manufacture what we call generic medicines, because they know that many of us may not afford these medicines. So painkillers, ARVs, things like that, that of course allow us to be able to have access to health in instances where we might not. But the take was that we are not allowed, and I'm using the word allowed on purpose, to apply for or to register or to get a patent for medicines that we create. But how can that be when we have traditional, when we have systems where we have used herbal medicines, our parents have used them, our great-grandparents have used them, and so on and so forth? Should that system be subjected to the same rigorous requirements as the pharmaceutical industry? Who drives the big pharma industry anyway? Can we say that we are the same when it comes to applying these laws as they are? So those are some of the things we discussed, and we came up with recommendations. We recognize that those are issues, and we say that, one, we need to have laws that apply to Uganda. So that means we need amendments to our laws. Number two, we also need to have more access to finance to be able to encourage these herbal medicine developers, these scientists, to be able to create and to be able to have better clinical trials so that their medicines can stand, can be placed against other pharma in other countries. In manufacturing and industry, we had among the titans in that space, Kira Motors Corporation. We had the chair, Professor Tokboy, I hope I have not butchered his name, who was telling us about what we need to be able to have more cars on the road. I know for many of us, when we had Kira Motors was going to start making cars, there were many jokes online. But the truth is that outside of Uganda, outside of where you sit, if you are anywhere outside of East Africa or Africa, and they tell you that your country, Uganda, is manufacturing cars, not just cars, but electric vehicles, I think that's something to be proud of. And so they were saying that some of the things we need are better infrastructure. We need to have we need to have better roads. We need to have more access to finance. We need to open up the markets for people like you guys in this room to want to buy these cars or to use these buses. In the sector as well of industry, we also recognize the role of intellectual property by saying that if we are not focused on branding, if we're not focused on packaging, then we shall continue to export raw materials, we shall continue to export unrefined goods, and that's going to take down the cost. That also segues to geographical indications, where we are saying that a geographical indication is one that protects goods that come from a specific area. So think of like the coffee from the Rwenzori region. URSB told us that that coffee has a geographical indication. What that means is that if a kilogram of coffee is 3,000 or 6,000, one with a GI is it has more quality or more has been put into its production. And so you'll move from 6,000 to $100 a kilogram. And that's a big deal for our farmers. So we're saying that things like geographical indications, which are part of IP, can add value to the produce that we have. We also looked at the tech space by saying that we also have few patents for people that are developing software or tools that may be able to get patent protection. We know generally, of course, that software is subject to copyright, but we know that for software that has that inventive step, that has that novelty aspect and that can be mass-produced, that inventive step, then it may be able to get patent protection. And so we're saying that for creative tech in particular, there are also several bottlenecks, mostly due to access to finance, also due to the culture where Ugandans are not adopting these technologies. Perhaps we still feel like Uganda, perhaps the quality of the things that come out may need more inputs. So overall, we're saying that we need to maximize human capital development. We need more capacity building and training. We need more community-owned produce or to work together as communities to be able to grow together. We need accelerated regulatory approvals, and we're going to have UCC speak to us this morning. We need more tax incentives for those that are creating. Outside of that, we also need to lower production costs. We also need, of course, funding that is at the center there, and everything ties down to cultural preservation as well. If we don't know where we are coming from, it's important for us to have a sense of identity. And in the age of social media or in a globalized world, many of us are losing this identity. So we're saying that we also need policies that enforce or that push for culture and for cultural heritage to be conserved as it should be. And then overall, I'd say the sum is that we want to use intellectual property as an asset. So this morning, we're at MCI, and thank the team at MCI for giving us this space. MCI is one of our partners. Thank you very much. We are going to discuss the creative economy. Our hope is at the end of today, we shall have a creative economy policy. Because as I've said, these policies are beyond just the names, that they are. Policies guide and give a strategic direction to the laws that we will have and where investment will be if government is seeing where we're going to put money into these particular sectors. So we need a creative economy policy. And some of our speakers this morning, Honorable Balam, who is running a bit late, but he's on the way. Honorable Rachel Magola was also supposed to join us, but there's a conflicting event, and she's promised to join us tomorrow at day 3 at Design Quarter. And of course, we have British Council here. I'm very glad to see Rashida in the audience there. So we are going to have real discussions. And for those of you that have come, I'm glad I'm seeing Veronica Sempevo here at the front. Thank you very much. We hope that you will be able to workshop. We're going to put you into groups where we will ask you to be able to, we'll give you prompts, questions that you will look at, and then we come up with practical solutions to the problems that we have. And then those will then inform the cultural policy, the creative economy policy that we want to be able to have today. So my job is to really just welcome you all to day 2 of the KTA Symposium. For those online, our audience is mainly online. We just called a few people because you can't have a workshop with too many people. But most of our audience is online, especially the advocates from Uganda Law Society. I think there are also advocates from East Africa Law Society, and of course the general public. Welcome to the second day of the KTA Annual Symposium, and it is such a pleasure to host you, and we look forward to the discussions that we'll have that will continue to take us forward as a country, as a society, and as a people as well. Have a good time, breathe. We have a few snacks that will be given to you later on. This session will close by midday 30 or 1 p.m. so that you can be able to get back to your day. So we hope you'll give us your time and your attention so that we can be able to do things that are big. I'll hand back over to one of our partners, Next Media, where Eugene is our MC for today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. Speaking of partners, I would like to thank all the people who have made today possible, starting off with the owners, the conveners. Thank you so much for doing this. Quite often, the creative space is left to go and figure it out, and then when it becomes profitable, we come and get some. So we appreciate that we're paying attention to it now and building the blocks that are necessary. We want to thank Conrad, Adenu, and Stefan, who have also made this space possible. We want to thank MCI for allowing us to use this space. Elevate, who also creates some amazing material in the promotion of the event. So today's conversation is on the creative and cultural sector, quite often, summarized into the creative economy. A couple of statistics. In Africa, we provide 5% of the jobs that the creative and cultural space is able to provide, which is very interesting, sad, interesting. And yet when you view the rest of the world and how they have utilized or been inspired by African stories and created more jobs, there's something missing there. Another interesting thing, we don't often have old people in the creative and culture space. It is said that in Africa, it only employs those who are between 15 and 29. So if you're above 30 and you're still within the creative space, you're a fossil, and an endangered species. And generally speaking, by about 29, someone somewhere along the line has told you that this may not work for you as a creative. So I think we're sorting tends to be the thing that gets sent out there. We only utilize 1.5% of the creative capacity in Africa. Can you imagine? 1.5%. And that 1.5, when you look at countries like Nigeria that are able to generate $800 million from their efforts within the creative and culture space, and yet still only contribute 5% to their GDP. Yeah, there's so much potential in the space. One, because amazing ideas, creativity only gets better the more you use it. It's not like it's not like mechanical gears that the more you use them, the more they wear out. Creativity, the more you use it, the more creative you get, the more innovative you get around the things that you're doing. And so this is a great opportunity for us to leverage to leverage all the talent that exists in this room, and two, to plot a path forward for all those who are 18 to 29, but should surely make it into the 60s and 70s like we see in other states where people are all the way to 70 years and are still in the space. Yeah, they're still in the space. For our next conversation, I'd like to invite our partners from UCC. Her name is Julianne Mwehire. I hope I've not butchered it. No? Good. She's the Director of Economic Regulation and Content and Consumer Affairs at the Uganda Communications Commission. Very often UCC is accused of many things, but not today. Today we are celebrating them. We're celebrating the contribution that UCC has to the creative sector, the investment that you have done within the film sector. It is said that's the one thing that's always visible, and we appreciate you for it. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the amazing Julianne Mwehire.
Good morning, everybody. I think the MC almost captured everything I wanted to say today with regards to the creative economy. My role at the UCC feels like I'm now losing balance. I'm the Director for Economic Regulation, and that means that primarily is to measure performance of the sector, investment, pricing. But lately, and I say this is probably the last 6 months, I feel like I'm being dragged more into the creative economy. My discussions over the last couple of months don't seem to be even discussing telecommunication. I'm not sure if it means that we're all now comfortable with what's happening there. Or at last, our 13 years as the UCC and our involvement in the creative economy is now starting to pay off. I think we're really proud of these kinds of conversations now because it's about time. It's about time as a country, we start seeing how important the creative economy is in the development of our country and of our people. So I've been invited here today to speak to UCC's role in nurturing the creative economy. So UCC is a converged regulator, for those who are not really sure what we do. And we regulate the telecom sector, data communication, broadcasting, postal communication, radio communication, and infrastructure. So everything around spectrum, numbering resources, that's all handled by the UCC. But we're also tasked with the responsibility of licensing operations of cinematography, theaters, video, film library, and that entire sector around the creative industry. But as you see, it's mostly leaning towards the film, but now we see, again, a convergence between all the other elements of the creative sector, music, movies around, makeup and all that. It's all coming together into one creative sector. So the creative economy is really not about entertainment. It's an integral part of economic development, cultural expression, as Martin was saying, and technological advancement. Countries that recognize and invest in the creative economy reap significant societal and economic benefits. The World Economic Forum estimates that the value of the global creative economy currently sits at about $2.5 trillion. This includes film, music, fashion, design, and all the elements, as you know them, that fit within the creative economy. The creative economy is known for its significant contribution to employment and GDP in many countries, as well as its advancement in technological innovation. Let me put some of these numbers into perspective. The ICT sector of South Korea is valued at $100 billion and accounts for approximately 10% of their GDP. We all know South Korea for its advanced ICT infrastructure, and it's a global leader in technology and innovation. But the South Korea creative economy is estimated at 6 to 7% of their GDP. $100 billion at 10%, and 6 to 7% of the creative economy. So obviously, if you do the math, you can estimate what the creative economy contributes in terms of actual value. And this is growing year on year because of the country's increased importance in the investment in this national economy. So the South Korea government has had a deliberate strategy for the development of their creative sector and are reaping significant benefits. I don't know if some of you are like me who spend quite a bit of time on Netflix just watching South Korean movies. And I think there's a lot of similarity around their movies and ours because, one, they speak their language. In fact, I have a few friends who are from South Korea, and I'm almost sure now I understand what they're saying because of the number of movies I've actually watched. I mean, what about Uganda? Who said we can't make movies in our language, subtitled, and portray our own national assets? So estimates for Uganda suggest that our own creative economy could be valued in hundreds of millions of dollars. So over the years, Uganda has exhibited several key attributes for the growth of the creative economy. And these attributes include our very strong cultural heritage and identity that significantly contribute to the creative output, providing inspiration and unique creative products that resonate both locally and globally. Our rich songs and the films that are continuing to win global awards at the international festivals is testament to a stamp of approval in the quality and acceptance of our rich stories. Every single time our artists are sent to the Nigeria film festivals, even Malaysia, there's almost a certain number, even up to 50% of all those who attend, who will come back winners, not even nominees, but winners. And I think for me, this is exactly what we're trying to achieve at a global scale. Uganda encompasses a wide range of industries, including arts, music, design, film, fashion, technology, advertising, publishing, and all these foster innovation and cross-disciplinary collaboration necessary for the development of the creative sector. Uganda's integration of technology boosts creativity, enabling new forms of expression, distribution, and engagement, such as digital art, online platforms for music distribution, among others. Our conducive environment that includes capacity building, mentorship, and content development programs support creative entrepreneurship and artistry. And we also have a high level of entrepreneurship with individuals and groups actively starting and managing creative ventures that drive growth and sustainability. We have also learned to collaborate and partner as artists with business, government, and educational institutions that have enhanced our resource knowledge and sharing, as well as market access. Uganda has also been a witness to increased opportunity for international collaboration, exchange, market reach, facilitated by digital platforms that have helped local creatives gain visibility and access to new audience. And I think this is exactly what we're trying to achieve as a market, because once we are set up, particularly, and be able to achieve some of these attributes, I think we are right on the path to be able to establish ourselves as a country, as a creative economy. But we also do have quite a number of challenges. And while we recognize these immense opportunities, we also have to address these challenges. And we must confront them, otherwise they'll hinder the growth of this sector. But most importantly, we also have to explore the interventions that will pave the way for our success. Please note, I'm saying our, because in the creative economy, we are all contributors. I know the gentleman, the MC, said that once you're over 30, we are fossils, right? But I know personally, I have a big part to play in the creative economy. I may not be an artist, but I'm an audience member. I'm a contributor directly to the sector, and we all have to take ownership of the processes that will lead us to this success. So what are the challenges that we have recognized? And this is really from the point of view of the Uganda Communications Commission, because we have been really part and parcel of this sector for a while. One of the key challenges is that the creative industry is often overlooked and undervalued. Many governments in developing economies, and Uganda is no exception, prioritize traditional industries, leaving the creative sector unsupported. I'm sure a lot of you read newspapers, you watch the news, and our focus has been on science and technology. But what about the creative sector? Especially where we see globally, it's contributing even up to 10, 15% of GDP. Countries like South Korea, again, with all of their advancement in technology and science, their creative sector is almost at par with the ICT sector. I think it's about time we start putting a lot of effort in this sector as a country. The lack of deliberate government strategy and support stifles innovation and limits opportunities for creative entrepreneurs. We also have an issue of access to resources as a significant barrier. Many talented individuals struggle to secure funding, whether through grants, loans, or even investment. Without the necessary financial backing, brilliant ideas just remain ideas. We must address the issue of education and skills development. While creativity is innate, the skills to harness and develop the creativity are often lacking. Education systems in many developing countries like Uganda do not adequately prepare individuals for careers in the creative sector. which leads to a gap between talent and opportunity. The knowledge gap remains persistent in copyright issues, monetization, and even the business models necessary for the creative sector. The creative sector is also negatively impacted by the opaque and inconsistent regulatory infrastructure that prevents stakeholders from reaping the full benefits of the intellectual property that they create. And I think this is something that has already been raised today. The collecting management organization like UPRS and UFMI are not clear and are not transparent in terms of their membership and the works for which they are protecting. This ambiguity has led to the resistance from broadcasters in terms of payments of royalties, as there is no clarity as to what they're paying for. The continued variable and or negative narrative about our country, and in many cases, a narrative that is propagated by us, the citizens, through traditional and new media, continues to have far-reaching and lasting effects on our reputation, and this directly impacts the creative economy. I wish I can repeat this. We are our own fault when it comes to the development of our tourism and creative sector because of all the negative things and inconsistent narrative we have about our country. I think it's something that, again, we have to fix as us, even in this room. Lastly, there is a challenge of market access. Creatives often find it difficult to reach broader audiences, both locally and internationally, and without effective platforms for distribution and marketing, their works go unseen and unappreciated. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked today to speak to UCC's interventions in nurturing the creative sector and in a way to mitigate some of these challenges. And allow me to share with you some of the interventions that we have strategically implemented in an effort to start the process of cultivating a thriving creative economy. Firstly, UCC set a 70% local content quota on the licensed entities of the free-to-air TV stations, and this was to drive the adoption of local content. We needed a home for the content that our creatives were creating locally. And this has led to a significant growth of local content from 30% in 2013 to over 68% currently on the free-to-air stations. But it has also increased the local content on pay TV stations as you'd know them. I'm sure a lot of you who are DSTV subscribers are glued to Kampala Cream, I'm sure. I see some of the men smiling. And a lot of the other series that we have on DSTV. And I think this is a result of the amount of content that we have, but I think most importantly, the amount of quality content that is competing at a global scale. UCC also embarked on the implementation of a creative sector support program and policy reform. And this includes favorable conditions for the creative sector through grants, funding of programs, including our content development support program, currently in its third year. We have 14 projects this year in the offing and under the theme of promoting culture and tourism. And we have invested a total of 1.8 billion shillings, which we have made available to the sector to support them in the funding of their content, as well as mentorship through their production process. We welcome all of those who travel on Emirates Airlines to look out for one of our UCC-funded feature films called Karamoja. It's a product of the Content Development Support Program. The Commission also continues to advocate for institution of tax rebates and other incentives for the creative sector, which are key in attracting international film makers into Uganda for purposes of co-production. Uganda's lack of a tax rebate regime has been one of the reasons for Uganda losing out on opportunities to host international productions. For example, the blockbuster Queen of Katwe, which is a Ugandan story that was shot in South Africa. I think this is really unacceptable. And it was only a policy matter. We had everything necessary to shoot here, but we had to fly the Ugandans to South Africa because of tax issues. We have lost great opportunities, huge potential revenues that we would have realized from shooting such movies or feature films or documentaries in Uganda. The strength of the sector relies on the continuous flow of skilled and creatively ambitious craft and technical crew. The identification, inclusion, and development of this workforce is of paramount importance in underpinning the success of the sector. The Commission conducts skills gap analysis and identifies opportunities for support across the creative industry value chain. And this has created numerous opportunities for talent nurturing and career development. As a consequence, we have also developed a mechanism that provides for structured and coordinated approach to identifying and nurturing talent. And in implementing this mechanism, we have undertaken targeted programs countrywide geared at addressing the identified skills gaps. And these have been implemented in partnership with leading industry personalities in Uganda and abroad, academia, production houses, among others. These capacity building initiatives have been established to enhance the creative sector productivity and professionalism in the Uganda film industry locally. And specifically, the UCC has engaged both local and international trainers to pass on skills and increase the professionalism of the sector to reach their full potential. To date, we have trained over 5,700 individuals who have acquired skills in various fields, including script writing, acting, camera operations, 3D animation, lighting, sound engineering, editing, post-production, you name it. The Commission has also partnered with UTB, Uganda Tourism Board, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the development of location databases accessible to registered users worldwide for purposes of film, location, raising awareness about the presence of crews and the production services across the country. We have also further increased international market opportunities, collaboration and awareness of, and accessibility to national and international funding programs that we are confident will make our Uganda cultural and creative sectors attain sustainable growth and development. We have also strategically established mechanisms, frameworks, and partnerships that have enabled access to global international markets and the global film market. Our film industry every year is enabled by the Commission to attend some of the leading international markets, like the Cannes International Festival, the Berlin Festival, the American Film Market, the Toronto International Film Festival, and the Africa Movie Magic Awards Festival, all for purposes of ensuring that they're able to strike deals and also attain some international knowledge on how to market their products internationally. And I think one of our flagship and most exciting programs is the Uganda Film Festival that we use as our platform to promote the local film industry. Since 2013, over 1,300 unique local films have been exhibited through the Uganda Film Festival. The goal has been and continues to be a way to establish and foster the growth of a viable film industry with knock-on effects on culture and heritage, and such that positive impacts on the national development are realized. The creative industry has been largely informal, and the Commission, in recognizing the industry's economic potential, has facilitated the transition of the industry from an informal to a formal economy. And in 2013, we embarked on the formalization process through advocacy, mobilization of the different actors to form federations and associations. And this has enabled the creation and the streamlining of many industry-driven coordinated mechanisms between all associations and key players in the industry. We have also supported producers in identifying and maximizing audiences, exploring the opportunities presented by digital platforms and tools required to increase and broaden cinema access and programming for as wide and diverse as an audience as possible. I'm sure some of you have been part of and participated in the UCC night at all the local cinemas in Kampala. If you haven't, please do. We have a UCC night every Friday and Saturday, and we block it off purposely for Ugandan local movies. And you will be amazed by the quality of these movies. And all of this is in a bid to grow our audiences. But in all of this, we recognize that there's a lot to do to be able to realize the success of the creative sector. The stakeholders in the creative sector need education, sensitization, and the importance of professionalization, and the basics of running and managing the business models of the creative sector. I think the idea is to move your mind away from it being a hobby into a commercial venture. And this is something that I believe this kind of engagement can structure for the sector. The collective management organization must be relevant and must be transparent to all the members. There is need to recruit more members and ensure that the advantages of these members is made clear. There is need for public awareness and sensitization on the various issues in the creative sector, particularly issues to do with copyright. One of the biggest challenges of this sector is pirating. I think the public really needs to be educated on what copyright means. The public also needs to be educated on the monetization of our content, but also the sector needs to be supported with access to grants and funds. There is need for support on the regulatory structures that need to be put in place to solve many of the challenges in the creative sector, and I'm sure this is something that is going to be discussed here. The Commission in 2019 developed regulations for the public entertainment and film that will go a long way in solving some of these challenges. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the path to a thriving creative industry in our developing countries is fraught with challenges, we acknowledge, but it also filled with immense opportunities and possibilities. By addressing these challenges head-on and implementing strategic interventions, we can most certainly cultivate an environment where creativity thrives. And by prioritizing the creative economy, we can stimulate growth, we can create jobs, and we can position our country as a true cultural hub. I thank you.
Another round of applause for Julian. A few interesting things. There's a whole 1.5 billion that UCC has put into the space. And we thank you very much. Yeah. A couple of things that you pointed out, that there's a lot of learning that needs to be done by both sides of the coin, learning on how to communicate our value. There's the default challenge that when you look within our context as Africa, or even as Uganda, we have often consumed creative products by default and for free. Yeah, at any wedding there is a performance of some sort. At our traditional settings, for example, when you look at Dabaganda, there is that twin dance, and that's also a cultural aspect, but is often consumed for free. Now transitioning people from consuming those things for free to now having to pay for them has often been a challenge. You also mentioned that there's a resource gap. AfriExim has put up $2 billion to be invested within the creative and culture space. And the weird thing about AfriExim Bank is that every year they double that number. I don't know where they're getting the money from, but every year, when they started off from $500 million, they moved it to $1 billion. This year, they also, about 6 days ago, they announced that they have doubled that to $2 billion. Now, where is the, yes, why are we not touching it? is another good question to explore. And in Ugandan shillings, that's 7.3 trillion. So imagine how much that could do for the creative and culture space here. No, this is, and this is available for Africa. For example, the first people who have tested it are Nigerians who have gotten $200 million to directly invest in and only in their movie space. So the rest of us, I'm sure we can write some amazing, interesting prospects and proposals and things like that that will allow us to tap into that resource. I'd like us to move on to our next part of the program. Here, I'd like to invite, we're going to have a conversation. We will make it a bit shorter. It will be moderated by the amazing Rashida Nalmoso. But before we do that, I'd like to thank the people who have made this symposium possible. So I'd like to thank Anza Village, Ethos, Media Challenge Initiative, MCI, which is where we are today, Makao Kwetu, which is where we'll be tomorrow, I believe, Unipod, which is where we were yesterday, the Uganda Communications Commission. I don't think it's possible at this point to discuss the creative sector in Uganda without having them on board. Also, the name is confusing. I think one of the C's, this is a recommended, should be Uganda Creative Commission. I think one of the C's ought to change at this rate because, you're this ends mob. And then also NBS and NBS, the Nile Post, which is writing all the content around this, KCB Bank, Kana Digital Content Hub, NRG Radio, NSSF, and TESA Advisory Services. I'd like to invite our panelists. I believe you have already been mic'd up. Let's make this really quick. I'd like to invite our moderator, Rashida Nalmoso from the British Council. We can clap so that we encourage other people to come. Daudi Karunji from the Afriad Gallery. Yeah. This man has been here. Yeah. I was going to invite myself, but that would be weird. And then Natasha Karunji. Is Natasha around? Let's give a warm welcome to Natasha, a visual artist. Yeah, I saw yesterday in the videos you guys put up. She was explaining it, and a very interesting what that she did was that even though she's the one who did it, it's because everyone in the room was contributing that allowed her to actually deliver that amazing piece of work. I'll hand over to you, Rashida.
Oh, lovely. It's the three of us. I think we are expecting, I'm hoping to be joined by the Honourable Balam Atenyi as well, but we'll make a start. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Rashida Nalmoso, the Programme Manager for Creative Economy with the British Council here in Uganda. I have a regional role and I'm passionate about thriving creative economies. The British Council is the UK's international relations organisation. We have presence in over 100 countries in the world, and our work in arts is a core pillar of our business unit. We really believe in the opportunities of growing, vibrant creative economies. The creative economy is a really interesting and relatively recent phenomenon as such in terms of even the understanding of packaging that word and what it can contribute, as Juliana has pointed out very firmly, to growing the economy. It is not separate as an opportunity of growth for countries internationally. But it is new. It is still early growth stage. And I think we've got a lot of opportunity to grow the piece of the pie for this whole continent. As Eugene has already laid out for us, Africa's contribution to the global creative economy is less than 5%. So where are we in that global opportunity? We have a young continent, a thriving opportunity of talent, but how do we bridge the opportunities of what we know we can contribute to with our peers in that global space? So I think really, I'm really interested in that conversation of local to global, and it's really fantastic to be with speakers who I will invite to introduce themselves and to pivot as a first opportunity of really inviting you to share with us here today, and I hope this will also be a joint conversation with those in the room. What was it that really first sparked your interest, affirmation, confidence and green light to pursue a career in the creative industries, which we know is not easy. Many of us might have come from families, African families, who were like, go be a doctor, go be a lawyer. How do you commit to that passion of pursuing your work, not only here in Uganda, but on international stages? And as you introduce yourselves, please could you share a little bit of that, and then we'll go into a further discussion. Thank you. To Daudi.
Good morning. My name is Daudi Karungi. At this point, I don't know what exactly I am, but I was an artist who, when I finished art school in 2001, 2, I opened a gallery because there was no art galleries at the time that I could work in. Well, there was the National Gallery, Normal Gallery, which at the point was not run well till now. But so the whole point was there was 100 of us in a class, and I was like, what are we going to do when we get out of here? And that way you have to go into a building which is with walls, and you display your art, and people come and buy it. So I opened one then. Later in the years, I also started showing and representing artists globally because, again, we were not on the global art scene. There was a big event in Venice in 2015. There was a lot of artists from Africa, but there was none from Uganda. Yet Uganda's art school is one of the best art schools at the time that trained most of the artists from sub-Saharan Africa. So I wondered why, so I went on to try to get some of the artists I work with globally. I've done that for maybe 10 years now, and it seems to be going well. So I'm interested in gaps that have to be filled, and I'm interested in solutions. And Juliana has said great stuff about the problem, and but solutions is really my core thing.
Thank you. I'll invite Natasha.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natasha Karungi, mostly known as Kashushu in the art space. I have been an artist all my life, and it was only by fate that I had to pursue this career, because that's what I always envisioned myself to be. I started out as a traditional artist, and then in 2016, 2017, I pivoted to digital art through the lane of graphic design. However, during my studies in graphic design, I realized that I wanted to use the tools more to explore digital art and digital painting. And then through COVID, I discovered the world of non-fungible tokens, NFTs, where we play around with the ownership of digital assets, and it introduced me to a different world of art. It's much more different from the traditional art space. And through the NFT space, I have managed to kind of curate NFT exhibitions and also onboard more artists into the NFT space. And I am very interested in using the technology of NFTs, which is smart contracts, to empower creatives and to also kind of innovate within the creative sector and see how we can play around with ownership of our work, especially right now with the illusion of the free market of the internet. And as a digital artist, that's why intellectual property interests me, because I put my work out there all the time, and there's always a question of ownership and tracking ownership, and smart contracts help me do that efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Natasha's part of a generation who are really entering creative technology as a job creation and an opportunity, and is very modest. She's famous through her work on the Uganda Waragi lemon and ginger flavor. That's you.
Yes.
The decoration on that, which I really like that partnership, by the way.
Thank you.
Eugene.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. So started out within the creative space from being a photographer into appreciating the value of moving photos of film. Is my mic on? Can you guys hear me? Awesome. Then discovered the power of sound and started to create audio content in terms of podcast and things like that. Along the way, discovered the very interesting area called design, which is where we then put together a festival called Kampala Design Week that started to pull together all those players within the design space, and design from the context of not just fashion, because every time we say design, the default is usually fashion, but everything but fashion, we sort of brought under the Kampala Design Week umbrella. And my exploration with design led me to discover the value of establishing systems and communities that make sense, especially for the creative sector. So right now, my focus is on building systems and making sure that there's examples that people can follow within the creative and culture space.
Thank you. So I think our conversation really is going to pivot about the opportunities, the gaps, the challenges of how we are working together in this creative sector, particularly here in Uganda. And I'd like to invite, this is open to any one of my panelists to respond to, what challenges do you encounter in your work, either in terms of showcasing here in Uganda or internationally, that you might like to share with us? And that could pivot around, just how you are encountering working as a creative here.
Okay, I'll take the first center stage. Some of the challenges I have, there's a limited market and limited modes of distribution, especially of my work. So you find that I have to create that market for myself, especially as a digital artist. I'll have to use avenues like social media, Instagram, Twitter, to be able to distribute my work and to connect with people that would be interested in my work. So I would love to see more avenues and a bigger market to play around with. And also one of the other challenges is like proper education for the skills that I would require as an artist. Right now, for digital art, especially in school, it's taught as graphic design. So to be able to achieve the level of expertise that I have, I've had to outsource that education through YouTube, tutorials, and other ways of teaching myself this work. And yet I feel like if this is something that is included in the educational sector, there's a sector of digital art through using digital tools. And I think right now with the digital era, which I call the digital renaissance, we're headed into a world where most things are digitalized. I think that's one way that we can also kind of set our foot and kind of build a market if it's within the educational sector. And also another challenge is lack of proper recognition throughout the other industries and the other sectors of what artists do, of what creatives do. It's you're kind of looked down on, and sometimes that also leads to undervaluing of your work, of your skills, because it's something that's looked at as, this is a hobby, this is something that anyone can do, you don't need to be super professional to do that. And I think that creates a lack of understanding between the parties, and sometimes you're also taken advantage of by larger entities.
Yeah. I think, particularly in terms of the education, we commissioned a mapping research report produced by SEDIA on the creative industries last year. And one of the recommendations was STEAM, not STEM, in terms of science, technology, arts, engineering, math, to be introduced from early years education, so that really it's not just the add-on. We're not just going into an art career as the stupid class. It's really actually a viable career, and I think it does need to start young. And there is a knowledge economy, so we can talk about the creative economy, but there is also a knowledge economy, and fitting that, they really work together, particularly with this opportunity of digital. Eugene, I'd like to invite you to respond to that, particularly thinking around, you've created your own platforms through Kampala Design Week, and that has then also enabled others. How would you respond to some challenges?
So the creation of the platform introduced us to the challenges that exist within the system, and this key question, do we conform to the systems that exist, or do the systems that exist conform to the way of work of the creative, of the artist? And you don't say that to a bank, for example. There's standards that they have, and they've decided it doesn't matter whether you are a farmer or an artist, where your value is different, you still have to go through the same things. I believe that there's a bank that's meant to invest in to invest within the creative and culture space, and they don't have IP as one of the things that they value within the system. In fact, they request that you have assets that weigh at least 200 kilograms. And I don't know if your digital paintings weigh, I don't know how much they weigh, but the bank wouldn't give you those resources. So there's still challenges within the system where it's being perceived from that context that there's value, but we can't really touch it. We don't really feel it. We easily consume it. I think during COVID, for example, we witnessed the critical importance of the creative and culture space, how artists communicated the dangers that were ahead, but also relieved us from our stress. We saw the likes of Uncle Mo rise up during that period of time, where we then had a place to go and forget about what we were experiencing. But we were consuming that for free. Yeah, we're consuming that for free. So still that quality, that value was not transferred. And so from a system perspective, there's still that question, who is going to conform to who? And if we were to meet a midway, I still feel like we haven't exactly established what that middle ground is going to be like. And because there's still the general saying of the struggling artist, it is still almost left to the artist to conform. There's no one else who is going to shift. I'm over here, you best come and meet me over here. So I'm kind of looking forward to policy that will allow for that middle ground to be established. Yeah.
And if we have anyone representing financial institutions, I'm keen to engage you also in this dialogue, the private sector particularly, the opportunities of how do we de-risk investing in the creative sector, investing in artists, supporting that long-term career growth, I think is an opportunity for collaboration. Dowdy.
The main challenge in, I guess, my work is because I'm in the business of developing artists and marketing them, is really infrastructure. There's no space in Uganda that was designed to show art. There's no building. My gallery started in a showground, then went to a flat in the Bukoto, Kamocha, those KCC flats. And because one time we had large paintings to showcase, and the building was, the door is 2 meters, so the painting couldn't go in. So we're now in the industrial area for that reason. But there's no structure, there's no infrastructure for one, to develop artists, so there's no kind of artist villages like they've done it in Ghana, in Accra, in Senegal. There's these artist villages where artists can go and work from, and then there's places to showcase. So those places like in Accra, like in Senegal, they're even able to host international art events like the Dakar Art Biennale, where the whole world comes to Accra. I think it will be November this year. And during that time, there's a lot of business, there's tourism, many things happen, and they've produced some of the great artists that today maybe will sell a painting for $1 million. But because of that infrastructure that allows them to exist, and I think the same challenges like policy, like the meeting point and financing, because I've done all my work really by myself, like in the sense of financing. So there's a challenge in infrastructure and all these other points that we've mentioned here. I think that's really the main point.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely agree. Without infrastructure, the opportunity to just exhibit at scale, we're really severely limited across the continent. South Africa, as we know, you can host. If you've got physical infrastructure, investment in creative hubs, creative spaces, we do suffer from that. And I think there's a specificity, particularly for visual arts, that we lack in terms of you are Uganda's only commercial gallery of its kind. And so that in itself, how much of the market are we commanding? Where else could you go if you're wanting to enter the commercial art world beyond AfriArt? We've got limited spaces. And that ecosystem of connection between where could you go to even develop and practice your art, and you're currently in residence at 32 Degrees East, for example, limited spaces to even develop and do the capacity building support that then takes you to the next stage. I've been having meetings all week about the opportunity of policy development in Uganda, particularly for the creative economy. I'm very interested in the suggestion for potentially our own creative economy policy, or what we're pivoting with Honourable Rachel Magula, who unfortunately is not with us today because we've got a clashing event. What we are discussing with the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Society is a review of the National Cultural Policy of Uganda. We do have one. It's currently in draft. There is an opportunity window right now to review that policy to support some of the gaps, the fragmentation that we really experience in our industry in Uganda, responsibilities diverted across ministry departments who all have a role to play, in my experience as a practitioner engaging in the creative industries here. So that fragmentation is one recurring concern that we're noticing from this policy review. We're working with SIDIA, IETA, international consultant Nordicity. It's an opportunity that has been convened by the MP, Rachel Magula, who leads the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Creative Industries. And I think that is a window, and I'm really interested in your thoughts on also maybe some of that fragmentation and opportunities for solutions, particularly because no matter how much we have a policy that can be forward-facing, embracing digital opportunities of growth, we really need to understand how it's going to be implemented to make it workable for your everyday experience on the ground here, operating businesses as artists, as entrepreneurs. Any comments? And this is also a shared conversation.
So within the Ugandan context, we are known and studied for having amazing policies. People flying from across Africa to come and just study how we came up with some of our policies. They're really good. They're actually really good. They're like worth studying. But then the translation is usually where the road really doesn't touch the rubber when it comes to that point. And I feel like there's been I've been referencing Nigeria quite a bit today, but we have some interesting similarities. Their film industry took off after their oil industry took off. And the guys who had made money in oil, without waiting for government, decided that the quality of films they were watching were not making sense anymore. And they invested their extra dollars in the film space. And when we look at what their film space looks like now, man, so there's also that issue of, so we now have oil and it's rumored that maybe next year we'll get some out of that. Let's say what happens in 5-10 years from now? Will the individuals who have made money from that space be willing to invest back into the country? And will that policy allow them to benefit from there? For me, that would be one question. Are we leveraging the natural resources that are already present that will be utilized in some shape or form to then bring back into the space? I think that would be a good space to sort of question and see if we can get an answer around. But then the second thing is that those individuals actually wanted to make sure that their country comes off well. Yeah, it's that they are proud of it. The question is for us, if we make money, is our first point to make ourselves proud of, the country that we live in. Yeah.
Making it easy for actioners, for artists to be able to participate. In your digital world, you can digitally be in residence with the Ethereum CEO. I cannot be physically in residence with the CEO of MoMA, for example, because I have to physically go there. But there's no structure within here that can allow you to, in terms of policy, that can allow you to make that with ease, you know? So there's that. And then, but the other thing is about private money. I think that to address some of also these issues, is like there's a, if there's a problem of space and there's a big real estate developer who could, I think in Nairobi they did it at the Ramoma Towers, the owner Ramintula, he made the Ramoma Towers, the ground floor was an art gallery, which was called Ramoma Gallery. So all his buildings on the ground floor, there was a space for, and he got somebody else to run the place. Yeah. But it was his way of giving back into the creative sector. But also that gallery made the building popular. People would go and rent space in the, you know, the 15 floors. So there's also the way private money is spent in terms of, is sometimes not that clever. So I think that also people generally have to just be global enough. I mean, we've been locked so much in our mindsets that we cannot even see the greatest things, even when we travel to some of these places. Yeah. So I don't know whether it's...
yeah. Thank you. No, I think I agree there is an opportunity of brand Uganda. I was discussing with Margaret Kafiro yesterday, our Minister for Foreign Affairs. How can we have a visa for gifted and talented, for example, that could really support talented ambassadors like Daudi is, representing Uganda on international stages? And that category, it's a visa category that many countries, and Ugandans are benefiting it from the other way around in USA, but we are not implementing it homegrown for a recognition of the opportunity of how we can not only export our talent as people are goods, and if people can't travel, goods can't travel, and it's the same perspective of the opportunity of really recognizing the creative assets that we've got here. Malaysia, for example, I think it's Mauritius. There's an example in Mauritius, mandated by government, 2% of all private private sector players commit their budget to giving back to supporting creative industries. That is a huge policy that has really, therefore, goes straight into the economy in a positive way, where it's not a big amount, but it really also supports direct contribution from the private sector.
There's a similar thing also in Singapore, I think. For every real estate, every building, 3% of the budget must go to art. So that automatically will hire people to create things yeah.
This is not a CSR opportunity. We're talking about them investing in a serious industry, which the creative economy really is. Afrexim Bank is being very serious and intentional. They're doubling the figures they're giving. They're Africa's largest, richest bank. They are saying this is where we see the future. They are growing their customer base, which is young population across this whole continent. And I think it's still a conversation and a dialogue for all of us around what does that even look like? We're working in a continent without as much, if any, government subsidy directly into arts and culture. Many of us don't have as such an arts council. I think it would be a great opportunity for Uganda if we were able to look at the mandate of the UNCC to understand the opportunities that there could be because of, as I said, the scattered mandate that we have within so many different government functions. You're exhausted by the time you've even just registered your business here. So I think there are some opportunities there for sure. I wonder if this might be an opportunity to open the floor for questions, because I wanted to make this conversation as practical as possible, and I know we've got creatives, private sector, CCIs in the room. Does anybody have questions for our panel? So roaming mic.
Thank you. My name is Geoffrey Kongot. I am a music business advocate. Mine is not a question, it's a comment to Eugene Kavuma. He was raising some concerns regarding financing for creatives. My comment is that I think as creatives, we haven't made much effort to play our part in that space. There is already a law called the Securities Interest in Movable Property, 2019. It provides for using IP as collateral, and it is very elaborate. The part that we should be doing is to play a role in supporting the valuation of our works, so that then the banks can be able to use that law to issue loans. For example, in the music industry, there's already industry standards for valuation, and they're already taking shape in the Western world, in the US, Europe, and these can easily be implemented here. The same with art, for example. I think the same principles do apply. Typically, they value the history of transactions related to that specific artist. For art, for example, what was the price of your last 5 pieces? That could give a hint on what your the price for your next pieces. And has it been consistent, or has it been going down? What they call the decay rate. And these are things that the same principles apply in music. In music, in digital music, they usually tend to attach their digital streaming accounts of the artists, where they look at the historical record of sales for the last 12 months. And sometimes they go beyond that. And then they also look at other factors. But typically it's sales. And then they're able to get value. And once they get this value, the banks can then make this decision. So the law is there. And the banks are waiting for us to step up and play our part and be able to. It's the same way real estate does. They have valuers, and the real estate companies make sure these are available to play their role. So as artists and creatives in general, we should be taking up our part of this whole arrangement and get the banks going. Otherwise, the government has done its part, the law is in place, we just have to take advantage of it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So when I'm not been aware about the law. When did it come into effect? 2019. So this 200 kilogram requirement is still in effect now. Is it because the bank may not be aware of the law?
The law works slightly different. It has a provision for tangible and intangible assets. Within intangible assets, there's a whole provision for all the different categories of IP. And then the rules are slightly different. There's what they call perfecting security. So it's a whole process, but it doesn't work like that. So if you work with the bank, you just have to point them to that law, and then the rules are in there. They're very clear. They're not that complicated. That kind of approach doesn't work with intangible assets, but the law is there that provides for that.
It is true we have a Security in Movable Properties Act, but I feel the challenge is with the banks as well, because many of these banks are not willing to take intellectual property as security. So we've had many discussions with banks. I think actually the reason why we were really hoping KCB Bank would be here, which is one of our partners, is because we had a very intimate discussion to see, can you start a pilot project where you take someone's intellectual property as security, specifically like the artist there, Karunji, if she can be able to have her NFT as security and get a loan from the bank. So I think the purpose of these discussions as well was to see whether we can encourage these banks to take security, but they're still, they're still reluctant to be able to take it. And maybe that issue you mentioned of valuation, that's where the challenge is. So I think that's where we need to be able to focus our efforts.
Yeah. And there is the banks want data. They want to know that they're getting a return on their investment. Of course, they're a bank. I think we can play our role to a certain extent in terms of managing ourselves as artists, as business, keeping just track of how many staff are we employing, how many sales have we made, but we do need to be met with an enabling environment from the bank in the first place, and loans are not offered at levels that are really going to work for a largely informal creative economy. So we need to turn it in terms of de-risking their perspective of investing in what is a growing sector. Fashion, film, creative technology are growing, and it's good to get in early. So I applaud that those conversations are happening, that you're leading. I'm aware I need to wrap up, but maybe take one more question and then need to move on to the next.
All right, thank you so much for the great discussions. My question is to Kashushu. So you made a statement that still trying to digest. You said with dealing with your digital art and being able to put it out there in the NFT world and things like that, you need to have ownership of your space before you get into the IP rights space. That's what I kind of understood. My understanding was IP kind of gives you the ownership before you get into the space. So I don't know, is it kind of different when you're dealing with the digital world in terms of defining your space before you now come to identifying the right? Or, you know, you just left me in some space that I just kept thinking and wondering.
Yes, so what I meant was it gives you ownership of your work in an easier way before you get into the legal bit of it, because when you put your work out and make it into an NFT, then it's literally on a public ledger digitally, so you can easily track back to the fact that you own it. And there's a lot of questions about provenance of your work, like sometimes as a digital artist, your work can end up on very many sites, and then so many other people can also claim ownership of it. Let's say my work can be found on Pinterest or on Instagram under a different page and a different page. So when you get into now trying to copyright that, you can easily prove that it's your work because it's backed by some sort of code or some sort of it's called a hash code, but it's like some sort of numbers yes, it's like an identifier because it's under a smart contract. So you can easily be able to copyright your work because it has that sort of backing to it, because you put it out there regardless of how many other sites it's on and regardless of how many other people might claim that it's their work.
Okay, thank you. I think on that note, we need to draw this panel to a close, but I'd really like to thank my panelists and invite us all to raise a hand. Thank you so much. Great.
Are we standing up for the photo? If the photographer can take a photo of the... Oh. Okay, guys, please do clap for the panel. Thank you. Eugene, I'm just taking over your role momentarily since you are just transitioning from the panel. But very good discussions. And one of the things actually I wanted to highlight, especially on that aspect of NFTs, is from the copyright side, you know, that's how digital technology actually also enables the creative arts. Because one of the mechanisms, if you have an NFT and you're an NFT artist and you're selling it, if someone resells the NFT, it automatically sends you a royalty off the sum that has been resold. So if your piece has been resold many times, Kashushu, I hope you still get those royalties using the smart contracts that you have. But that's also the power of the blockchain, and I hope we can keep having many of those discussions. So mine was also really just to recognize the Honorable Minister for
moment. I believe this sector now, just like tourism, where we are earning close, we can earn close to 7% of the GDP if we invest in it. In addition, this sector employs quite a number of so many young people, as earlier mentioned. Once we allow these young artists in all the different sects of art work with the aim of preserving their art pieces or their music with proper laws, they can get better royalties and they can get rich. In addition, technological advancement, the risk of digital platform have reshaped the landscape of culture and creative industry. Then there also another challenge that we need to address is growth shortage of cultural infrastructure, like theaters. In Uganda, we have only one working theater, which is the National Theater, that belongs to government. And we don't have a gallery as of now. Art markets, there are few markets that are doing it, but those are privately owned by individuals. So we need to create a village, an art village, where people can have their things sold, where people can have their work displayed. And I believe now as a minister of young people, and most of the people in this sector are young, excluding His Excellency Senkubuge, I will work towards having these markets put in place in our next budget. When I joined the government, I found the budgets had been done. The budgets had, don't worry, I think it is Mohoz checking on me. So the budgets had been done. So we could not do much, but now we are advocating through our ministry with my senior minister, Beta Mongi, Honorable Akena. We are trying to advocate for more resources, though the cake is small, but we are saying art has been left out for so many years. The laws need to be modified. Imagine you have a UNCC law of 1959. That's a colonial law, but then things have changed. We are in a very dynamic world. The static thinking has changed. Then also, the role of culture and creative industry in community mobilization and mindset change has not been adequately utilized. We only use these artists to mobilize for our political work. But we are not using the artist who can easily come and spread the PDM program to the common man. So we need to change that mindset. Culture and creative industry should be part of the PDM mobilization and all these other mobilizations, so that you are listened to and liked by many, but also you also earn as artists. You also share part of these programs. Then lack of inclusivity of these art sectors. We have advocated for a fund, but surprisingly in Kampala, the fund for artists, it has not been withdrawn. Many have, I think they don't know that you have a fund that is readily available through Microfinance Support Center, where you can borrow. Maybe the conditions are too high. Like if you tell an artist to go and borrow money to develop your ABCD, your work, it could be really hard due to the fact they don't have securities. So maybe we need to do a grant to the art sector, or the art sector need to organize themselves into a big cooperative or circle where money is given to them and they mismanage it or they manage it well. Then how can creative industry contribute to Uganda's economic growth? Of course, it's through ticket sales like we have been doing. URA takes 18% of the ticket sales I make at the entrance, and yet they are not giving us anything as government. Now I'm talking as a promoter, not as a government official. So we have art and craft merchandise. Just like I mentioned, we don't have markets for them, but we can help these youth and women to create government markets for art and crafts with parking. Then license fees. Mr. President was telling me, Mami Senkubuge, that nowadays to do a concert, KCC takes money from you. For every banner is 50,000. For every this is that. Doing a drive is 500,000 per day in a division. So we have 5 divisions is 2.5. So you find the costs are high. Those license fees are uncalled for. They should not burden us with these license fees since we are paying the other biggest tax, which is 18%. Maybe we can pay one tax for KCC, like 500,000 to cover the area of jurisdiction of Kampala Capital City Authority. That is what we shall advocate for. As a promoter, I will ask the ministers that this has to change. I will speak to Honorable Minsa Kabanda to see that this is addressed. Then sponsorship and partnership. Very few artists get sponsorship from partners. So I encourage all of you who are here, development partners and the NGOs and etc. Let's support, let us empower these young people. Then grants and funding from government and foundations. This has been a challenge. The previous people mismanaged those grants. So people look at artists as people who are going to be just wasteful. But with the proper education and mindset change, as what is happening here today, this symposium, I believe with a few of the skills of financial management. Yesterday we interacted with Makerere University Business School students, with Right Honorable Nabanja, the Prime Minister. I met one friend of mine called Bajo, who was enrolled for a bachelor's in hospitality. Bajo would organize a concert. On the day of concert, he earns his 4 million. He goes to Calendar guest house. He sits there with the friends, drinks it all, finishes it, and then the next day they will tell him you gave a check to Simba and the check has bounced. You tell you bagende befeko. So we had that challenge of financial management. Now yesterday Bajo said he has now learned a ledger. So he knows how to do a ledger. So you could organize some of these business conferences. As part, you have done the symposium on the legal part, but next time we put one element of business. So we organize like a small business paper for these people on financial management. It has really been a very big problem. Then crowdfunding and tour packages. There are quite a couple of things that we need to support. Culture and creative industry also plays a critical role in community mobilization and mindset change. Then over 800 new permanent jobs in CCIs through provision of affordable businesses. Then availability of skilled and competitive talent through modernization. There are a couple of things that we can do to foster economic growth, to create jobs, and support our nation. I want to thank you once again, Edgar Tabaro, my friend Karuhanga Justus, and all the other partners, Muzei, I don't know whether Muzei is here, Muzei Tabaro, and all the seniors who had a mind to start a law firm that gives back to community. As government of Uganda, we believe, and I pledge that the next symposium we shall work closely and see how we can support you so that we get bigger numbers, so that people know how they can unlock the bottlenecks that are affecting their industry. I bring you greetings from His Excellency the President, who's also an artist. You know, he has in Penkoni, you know that song? Now he's doing a remix. It should be ready very soon, but this time with a different voice. The voice has changed a bit, I think, due to age, but the brain and the mind, he has spiced the Penkoni. It will come out as one of the biggest blockbuster. So I want to thank you, each one of you. And it's very necessary to expand training opportunities with a wider scope of courses, commercialization, monetization of Uganda's CCIS, impacted by challenges of poor access to markets, trade opportunities, creation and commercialization of cultural goods and services, hindered by lack of art and cultural infrastructure. CCIs in Uganda are poorly governed and regulated. So who will fix it? It is you and me. But KTA, well, if well trusted, I don't know whether Mr. Ojede is here. Is UNCC here? Now that is where we get a problem. These people should be here. This is their sector. They run it. They have a budget for it. I think next time the organizers, let's have a meeting with the senior minister, and also let's involve Honorable Peace Mutuzo, the Minister of Culture. We need to involve her as well in the next convention so that we make it KTA, but also gender, so that we tap in either KTA and UNCC. You bring the legal part of it, and then they bring the business part of it. They should hear what you are saying. If they are not here, I'm in charge of children and young people. I'm in charge of political prisoners. So someone else is in charge of this, but it's our role as government to work as a team. I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address you. God bless you.
Well, Honorable, thank you very much for those remarks. Actually, maybe just for your information and for those here, KTA is the one that applied for or represented His Excellency in registering the copyright for that Mpenkoni song. So that was something to note. I'd also really just like to re-emphasize that the partnerships that we have are the reason why we've had this symposium. First and foremost, of course, we know that we're here as Uganda Law Society and Conrad Aduna Stiftang. These are the conveners of this symposium. And Honorable, you mentioned about skills training. At last year's symposium, we actually launched a project, Skills for Digital UG, together with TESA Advisory and Kama Digital Content Hub. And the purpose of that project, Honorable, was to skill not only the creatives in these spaces, but also the youth who may generally need digital skills and who may also need to formalize or organize their businesses when it comes to corporate governance and things like that. So, Honorable, that one shall be coming to you for the support that you have mentioned for that Skills for Digital UG project. Outside of that, other sponsors are Ethos, who has assisted in organizing the conference, JEPA, who is in charge of helping us with the white papers, and the white paper that we prepared today, where we are recommending a policy on the creative economy or reconcile with the policies that exist, will be coming to you, Honorable Minister. KCB Bank, who we are discussing with to see if creatives can be able to get security can be able to get loans using their intellectual property as security in furtherance of the Security in Movable Properties Act. I already mentioned Kama Digital Content Hub and TESA Advisory, who we are we launched the project for Skills for Digital UG. NSSF with their High Innovator Lab. MCI, which of course has given us this lovely space. Next Media, Nile Post, and the entire Next Media team, who is a media partner, together with NRG Radio, Unipod Makere, where we were yesterday, Uganda Communications Commission, which was here today. I hope I haven't left out anyone, maybe other than the venue, which we'll have tomorrow. Okay. So she was whispering in my ear that it's time for the World Cafe session. We know we already have some break. We have some coffee. There's I think it's World Cafe that is giving us the coffee at the back and snacks. So we'll have a working session. So the way the format is, we've divided you guys into 5 tables. So maybe we can choose and see what those tables are. Honorable, what we've done is to scope out the areas or sectors that we feel need support or that we feel need direction. I feel the music industry is the one maybe that has gotten a lot more in terms of regulation, in terms of support from government, but there are other sectors. For example, the art sector, and that was the first session here. That is going to be one of the tables. So whoever is interested in art, I think we hadn't yet requested someone to host this table. Rashid, I don't know how much time you still have, but if you can give us 1 hour, all right? Because we're just going to discuss for 1 hour. So Rashida, wherever Rashida is, you can come and join her for the arts table. And then we have a table on music, which was supposed to be hosted by Honorable Rachel Magola, but who sent her regrets, but will be with us tomorrow. So for music, if we can have, let me see the other people, maybe Geoffrey Ekongot, if you wouldn't mind being the host for the table. So if you're interested in music, you can come to this table. Geoffrey Ekongot is the CEO of Black Canvas Media, and he has a wealth of experience in music, and is also part of the Uganda Musicians Association. By the way, Uganda Musicians Association went to Parliament to also push and scream for these amendments that we're seeing in the copyright law for artists to get a higher percentage of money from the callback tunes. So I really want to thank Geoffrey and your work that you're doing with Uganda Musicians Association. So if you're interested in music, you can come to this table. If you're interested in art, you can go to the table with Rashida there. If you're interested in film, you can come to the table here so that we don't move His Excellency. You can come here if you're interested in film. I'm seeing Raymond Malinga there. I'm seeing Peter Muchivi. By the way, as we transition into the tables, if you can play the clip from the Nambi film. For those that are here, Nambi is a film that Peter Muchivi has created, but he's still facing challenges with being able to fund the film. It is a film we feel advances Uganda's cultural heritage, but like most film creators, but I'm glad you're sitting next to that man next to you there. He's a titan when it comes to making series, and he's also a titan when it comes to looking for money to make those series. So you're on the right table with Matthew there next to you. So for film, you sit here, and the host of that table, Peter, since maybe you can be the one who hosts this table here. I wanted to ask His Excellency to host it, but Peter can be the one who hosts the table. And then fashion, which will be behind that side, will be led by Martin Nkundwe from Little Red Curious. So if you're interested in fashion, you can go to the table. And then last but not least, content creators. I think we can have, which table can we have? The one behind there? Yes. The content creators table will sit at the back. Who is hosting that table? Daisy and, okay. So Lillian Nabagala is the one who is going to host the table on fashion. So once again, if you're interested in film, you're going to come to this table here. If you're interested in art, you're going to go to the table with Rashida there. If you're interested in music, you're going to go to the table here. If you're interested in content creation, you're going to go to the table at the back. So those are the 5 tables. We're going to have 1 hour from 11 to midday, where it's now 10 past 11, so 12 past midday, where we're going to guide you. So Paula from TESA Advisory and Francis are going to take lead in regards to the World Cafe session that we are going to have. And after 1 hour, we will have 10 minutes. So you choose a representative from your group to present to the plenary what recommendations you've seen, what we've broken them down into 5 areas, but Paula from TESA Advisory is going to tell us what those areas are. And then at the end, as I said, these are going to be put into a policy paper, a recommendation that's going to, one, the Minister for Gender there, and then, of course, Uganda Communications Commission, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Honorable Norbert Mao will also be joining us tomorrow at Design Quarter, and a few others as well. So let me hand back to Eugene so that he doesn't think I've taken over his job.
Thank you, Ken. I was getting a bit concerned. I know you talk for a living, so I was a bit worried. My role here is to give you some very good news for the day, that as you transition onto the different tables, there's food. So pass by the food section, have something to eat so that you have the energy to think. So let's do the transition really quickly and make sure that this is a working breakfast. Thank you very much. If we could have some low music as people transition into the spaces. Please grab something to eat real quick so that you have energy to quarrel. Oh yes, Nambi.
Nambi, the world of men is not to be played with.
Yes, quick reminder, please pass by and grab something quick to eat. The World Cafe session facilitators will soon be grabbing the mics to guide you through what needs to be done. But please quickly grab something to eat, so again you have energy to quarrel. Food is on the right corner, the right side of the building. Please also, the QR code at the back allows you to have access to the photos and all the different content that is being generated today. Please pick something to eat and then just go back to your table. This is going to be a working breakfast or brunch, I think, given the time. Yeah, so this is going to be a working brunch. Pick something quick and head back to your table. Thank you very much.
Nambi, the world of men is not to be played with.
Please remember as well.
So I'm going to be noting down whatever is being said on the stage. My name is Hassan. Nice to meet you.
Are you sure? Still on the art?
Oh, you're on art?
Okay. Art. You don't know anything about music.
Amannya gange nze Katende Godfrey asinga amanyi nga Black ndi fashion designer kuva mu kitongole bakita IGC Fashion. IGC Fashion etegeeza Ibrahim and Godfrey's Community Fashion. So fashion labeling nga ya community twagikola nga tubesingidde ku empowering nga wawe tuva ewaka. So twatandika na kutunga ngoye mainly twatandika na kusomesa abantu basics bwe twali tufunye obutini ng'okukuba ebiraka bikibikiwa ebito lwaki bagita IGC Ibrahim and Godfrey's Community Fashion. Naye kati saawa zino engoye zetukola zirimu okweducatinga n'okuinspiringa abantu okusoma ku history wa Africa okusingira ddala Uganda. Tukozesa materials nga ensimbi, obuso, olubugo bwebityo. Tulina n'ebintu ebyo byetukola nga eri community initiative gye bali tutandise okusomesa abantu kati yakula tubadde tutambula mu districts ez'enjawulo mu Uganda okusomesa communities ezimu okukola engoye. Skills tubasomesa skills ennyangu mu fashion tebasobola okukozesa oba ne bayiga okutunga ebintu byasobola okutunda easily. Era gye tukola tuba ku site tulina kwetu kwanza eyo linga event yaffe ennene tugenda gikola guno omwezi oguddako ku Nyenge 14 mpaka 17. Yo
Nambi, the world of men is not to be played with.
Looking forward to learning about fashion and everything related to fashion and how it's connected to the symposium and how the symposium is going to improve the fashion industry.
I didn't catch your second name.
Welcome once again, everyone. I see some of you are already on the tables having wonderful, exciting discussions. A big shout out to Coffee Minds for serving the tea. My name is Henriette Paula Mugisa. I'm the founder of TESA Advisory Services, but you can also think of me as the facilitator of this workshop. You're very welcome.
Yes, you're very welcome indeed. My name is Francis Biarohanga. Been serving as co-lead KTA annual symposium. We're glad to see you. Brian Mulondo has just joined us. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining the table. Yes, I can see insightful conversations already ongoing. And to guide the discussions, your questions have been categorized in particular elements, or what we call pillars. They are policy, infrastructure development, labor, market access, access to funding, and partnerships and collaboration. So we believe that your discussions will be able to tackle those particular pillars.
Yes, please remember that the conversations you're having, the questions you're answering are all going to contribute to powerful white papers that are going to be presented to the government of Uganda to influence policy and improve our innovation index. So it's really, really important conversations you're having. We have such bright, wonderful minds. And so we are hoping for really, really exciting discussions. The timer has already started. The conversations on your tables will happen for 40 minutes. At the 10-minute mark, we will notify you that you have 10 more minutes. Please choose a host or a representative for each of your tables who will come to the front and share the responses of your questions and what you guys have found, what you have discussed. We want to encourage each and every one of you who is not a host but is part of this symposium as attendees or as the public to join one of the 5 tables. Right here in the front is the film table. They are well into discussion. Mr. Ekongot will be leading the music table. We need some more people here. People who love music, we need you here. Please come to the front. Right behind them is the arts table led by Rashida, the fashion table being led by Martin, and then on the left, the content creation table led by Lillian. So we're going to be coming around supporting the conversation. Some of your table conversations are going to be live streamed, so that's very exciting.
Yes.
Yes.
There is a call. The music table is requesting that if you're interested in the music discussion, please come and join and contribute to the music table. The music table is right here at the front. So I think Councillor Wasmahani will be leading the discussion. Is that right?
No,
Or is
Mr.
Geoffrey?
Ekongot would
Okay.
be leading the discussion.
Yes, yes. Mr. Ekongot Geoffrey will be leading the discussion. So please do take the honor to join that table. Thank you.
Absolutely. Let's not create any biases. There are some tables which seem more engaging than others. Music. We are waiting. Yeah, the arts table is in full effect. The film table is in full effect. Fashion, my hope is in you, Martin and Rebecca, to lead the charge on this fashion discussion. We're going to be moving around. Please let us know if you need any more writing materials, any help. The timer has started. We'll be letting you know how it's going. Participants, the hosts have the questions, but also the table has a QR code. Music team, do you have it? I can get for you one. A QR code with the questions.
So you will simply scan the QR code and it will lead you to a Google Drive folder that has the questions for for each table for every day. So that's day 2, table 1 questions, day 2, table 2 questions, and so on. Thank you.
And to help us understand what policy is, for those of you that are not familiar, policy refers to the plans and systems and evaluation processes that an individual, a government, or a business can put in place to reach certain goals. That is what policy is. So if Uganda says it wants to become a middle-income country by a certain year, they will put in place the things that will help us
as you deliberate
to go by and say, this is how we handle taxes, this is how we handle this is how we handle legal issues, and this is how we handle societal challenges. So the policy then informs the steps that we take. Okay? So in regards to policy and fashion, there are already some acts that are in place. The minister had already spoken about some. Here in my notes, I see that we have the Copyrights Act of 2009 and the Trademarks Act of 2004. Those are the most recent instruments legally in regards to policy. But policy is not limited to only legal papers and frameworks, right? It can mean guiding steps. For instance, if they say we have what they call the National Export Development Strategy, and this is what governs how we put out things abroad. how we export stuff. So that too is not strictly legal, but it is a tool in the policy work that we have. Does any of you have any thoughts on the current laws that we have or on the current instruments that we have in terms of what are they? What are the laws?
We have the Copyright Act, a neighboring copyright, a neighboring act of 2008.
Yes, 2000.
Are seen as an entity like a guild. So is that the way we need to interface across all sectors? Are they wanting the fashion sector to represent themselves in terms of like, we are the fashion guild and we represent all our members?
Under which,
or do we just need our influential person in government who's the
Act.
daughter of so and so, and we get one bill that we can all work
helps
with?
us understand how a thing qualifies for copyright. If you say, for instance, this is Renzori water, and we know that a certain company wants to copy Renzori water. In order for them not to outrightly copy it, we'll say that they are identifying features that are special about this water. Say, for instance, the packaging, the branding on the bottle, the colors that they use in their pour or whatever. So if someone wakes up one morning and opens a water bottling company and puts mountains on it, we know it is not Renzori, but they've appropriated something that Renzori has.
What's that process?
And so Renzori can legally go after them. In spite of that being there, they are still
I agree. And
copycats. I won't get into trouble. Yes, an infringement. So, you know Hill Water. They said, hey, you're Renzori for us, well, Hill Water. And then they use Hill Water such that you have the association that Sanga Galinga Renzori. So, yes. But, so there are tangible things that are like outright.
That can then be converted and made available to all people.
We can't limit ourselves just to the Copyright Act. You also have to look at the Trademarks Act. So this is a trademark. Renzori trademarked Renzori as this. So if you write here Hill Water and also put these Blue Mountains here to make it associate with the brand.
Hello. Yes. Heritage, archiving and documentation of historical heritage art. We I'm part of a collective, and we realize that UNESCO has been doing its research on most of the historical heritage of African artifacts and tradition is going extinct. So with my collective, we have been archiving traditional dances, dancers, and anything to do with that. And most of the individuals that we have found deep in these villages can hardly read or write, but they can speak in their languages. So we were getting the youth for them to be taught by them, and then they would archive that we would archive the process. But because of funding, it's been tricky. But this is something that we're also posting on our Instagram and YouTube channels for everyday individuals to digest and also get to understand about their cultures. So I think this is very important, because then it helps us to not have our cultural heritage go extinct, but also enable creators have an authentic foundation of creating and have an identity as Ugandans and not an imitation of Eurocentric or American approach of creativity. Yeah, thank you.
Protect that tree and make it recognizable. So what comes out of that tree which makes backlot will then have more
Gone out and said, I support this, and I realized actually I've never gone out publicly and made a concerted effort, right? So it's the same with art, and
The question is this: how can current trade policies?
What is the status quo on the intermediary liability of ISP? We're still on policy. The last question. Second. Oh my God, what amendments can be made to our laws to mitigate misinformation and disinformation in digital and mainstream media?
Founded business, but sustained fashion products and distributes their products locally and abroad.
Okay, I feel like this one's a bit tricky because when you speak about disinformation and misinformation, now we're getting into censorship, which is, I feel like it's a bit of a complicated area because as creators we want to be able to speak freely, express freely, but then it's the role of the law to kind of make sure we're doing that without interfering with the rights of others. So I think this one we might need to think about a bit harder. Yeah.
So our consumer policy should be in a way that if you're importing, and then people say, when I build my hotel, I want it to be like the priority should be to
I think right now we have the Electronic Misuse Act.
and that will be protected.
Yeah, we have that right now. It does. Yeah.
To make art, to make 3% of the budget of real estate.
Okay, so it's just meant to regulate the way people use electronic media, not even just not just like the internet or whatever, but just anything electronic, any computer system, anything. So it has certain offenses under there, and I guess that's how they regulate people from misusing it, like as in misinforming or disinforming. Yeah, so I'm actually not too sure how to answer this question, but I would say maybe include, I don't know.
At the table is having that conversation. So we need to use whatever means necessary to start the conversation, and then we can do things properly or whatever it is.
Because otherwise, it's really in danger of just staying quite static, as we're all like watching Rwanda and Kenya take over with opportunity.
Think about Rwanda and how the reason why they developed in some of these ways is because of the seat at the table.
My question goes to about that act. It's about
guerrilla tourism.
Okay, I'm looking at it in the lens of not very many people know about this act, and people just use it anyhow, right? So is there a way, maybe if we can, certain amendments that we can make is probably through sensitization of the general. I know it is there, but then now if you put it into law, they'll be like, oh yeah, we actually need to sensitize these people. It is under the law. But then now if you tell other people that we need to sensitize, then they'll just they wouldn't really mind about it. They're like, sensitize. What are we going to sensitize these people about? But remember, Uganda, it's a very big country, because now we're also considering those ones in Busoga or in Karamoja. They don't know about it. So obviously, since they have smartphones, they're going to be, smartphones, I can take a video of what I want or a picture of what I want, then I can say what I want, right? Then now they can put anything that they want. For example, if someone just took a picture of me just holding the hand like so, right? Now I can just type and say at the KTA, this gentleman was seen beating up this girl, and everyone is going to believe. But then anyway, that's what I'm trying to look at. More of making it official, or making it, or since it's in the law, they wouldn't really they wouldn't really be complacent in trying to whatever that law, in trying to make that law, or trying to sensitize people. So that is what I think.
Because no one can make a law.
Otherwise, for that one, it's all there.
Own a gallery. You would say that galleries should be owned by Ugandans, for example.
What he's trying to say is presentation of the law. If the law exists, then I think instead of trying to maybe amend it, let's just present it better. I think that's how we could approach this question. Just present the law better. Because I've said there's a law currently, the misinformation and yeah.
Paid to Media Council, who collect that money, and it's not going any revenue back to you.
By presenting it better, I think.
That is
sensitizing, publicizing it, presenting it.
Yeah. It's just so difficult. So some things we just need to really also, that needs to go.
Yeah.
That doesn't help film.
Exactly.
Like also what Balam was saying about when you do a concert here, you pay this for the poster, you pay this for the whatever.
So publicizing the Electronic Misuse Act for people to be sensitized and publicize and present.
The law even recognizes those payments along the way, because the conversation we were having, like the commissioner yesterday was saying,
And publicizing the Electronic
she's like, where's
Misuse
your
Act.
data? And then they're not telling her.
What is the status quo of intermediary liability of ISP? The computer misuse.
Sort of backhand money that you pass along the way, but so the tracking of these taxes is not even sometimes. It's just you have to pay to get it. So it's not even being seen like in the law, but we know that you have to do that to even get into that part for the public filming.
Yeah.
The next question is, what is the status quo on intermediary liability of ISPs, social media companies operating in Uganda, and media houses, and what needs to be done to ensure that intermediaries are held accountable for facilitating the dissemination harmful content or illegal practices such as terrorism and trafficking in humans?
People in the system advocate, challenge people in the system to advocate for things.
I think Margaret Zero is a great advocate. I was really impressed with everything she was saying yesterday. She's been
It's the last question.
Well, she's often based out of Uganda because that's her role.
It's the last question under
like
policy.
And we definitely should.
Under policy.
Because she says she's got like
Day
nobody to
two,
showcase
this
for
one.
Uganda when she's got opportunities to like showcase Uganda in Japan. She was like, I don't know who to come to, and I was kind of like, well, I've got loads of fashion designers I could just give you to represent Uganda. But it's like the gap between her need to sell Uganda abroad and then the system when she meets it here, and that's a bit frustrating.
And I think also with that, when you talk about the who do I show, the people in
when we have some of these, like what was that law Locodo passed that you couldn't access pornography? So like, so when that happens, internet service providers that limit your access to those platforms. So the question here is looking for how do you hold these intermediaries? So you have, who are the intermediaries in for content creation? You'd have internet service providers, you'd have media houses, social media companies. So how would you hold Facebook accountable to facilitating human trafficking or facilitating drug abuse? Or how would you hold NBS? No, sorry, not NBS. Like a certain media company, media house, if they are facilitating things that are illegal. I think that's what the question is, but it's also a very dense question, and so I don't know how we have high-level analysis without getting too in-depth.
I have to accept she needs the people who won't be ready because of the connectors who need to be in that space first.
What up, ma'am? No, I'm just saying that operating in Uganda and needs to ensure they're held accountable for facilitating the dissemination of harmful content. What is harmful content?
We're young.
Okay, yeah, but the last bit of terrorism and trafficking, I would imagine, isn't there already something on this, and maybe it's not effective? So whoever knows what's going on, can NBS traffic in human
and I think if I use
children?
me as an example, the reason I'm interested in even expanding into
I'm asking as an example who they so.
I've developed a market. Yeah, I've developed an end. A value chain. So that's what makes me come back to this, to the grassroots and say I need to develop this. And I think that
it goes like around and around.
Yeah, when we look at some of these things, like your like infrastructure, like somehow the people have to be involved, whoever those people are, or maybe associated. I have a group.
When he's president, all these countries have these social media companies under litigation for what has been done on their platforms, and them ignoring having to enforce things that minimize that because of how much money they could make from it. So the question is, how do you frame a regulatory structure that limits or disincentivizes people to encourage illegal activity? For example, I think right now there's a lot of is prostitution illegal in Uganda? I think so, but there's a lot of that. Okay, I think it is by law, but there's a certain kind of advertising of it on social media, and you can't hold Facebook accountable for it. And now the question is, what policy framework would you have to have Facebook accountable for that activity, illegal activity going on Facebook or TikTok or
to whatever market, whatever it is. And with that, you can then.
I'm questioning the framing of the question, because I mean, if this is social media platforms are not only in Uganda, right? They are interacting with us. I'm wondering where the international jurisdiction starts to then come to the local space, because I mean, I would imagine if there's regulation of Facebook that's like, yeah, you're not supposed to be doing this kind of information, and they are global, wouldn't that extend to here? And then it's about us saying what is the role of our legal framework to support what has already been put in place and maybe customize. Because I mean, anyway, that's why I said this thing is very dense. I think we're going to go in multiple places. Break it down. Break it down so that we can break it down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, for him, it comes from outside.
Okay, so my understanding of this question is, how do these internet companies, like, or these platforms like Facebook, WhatsApp, etc., how do we hold them accountable for things that you do? Now, there was a case. The case is Moema. Pardon?
Because we are solitary geniuses.
We'll go there. Hold on. Mpola. So there is a case. It is Moema versus Facebook. Facebook Ireland. So Moema, he's the advocate. He went to Ireland and he sued Facebook for. He said that Facebook should be held accountable because there was what is it? They were defaming him on that platform. So he said, I'm going to sue this guy who was defaming me, but also Facebook should be held liable for what they have been doing because it's their platform and it's happening on their platform. However, the court held that the Facebook will not be held liable. All it can do is just regulate, right? It cannot be held accountable because all they did is just create a platform for you. And you're now going to put in whatever you want to put in because you have a freedom of expression. You can say whatever you want to say. That's human rights. They will not be able to. They won't be able to stop you from posting what you're posting. But they can have a framework, or they can have a way of regulating what goes out to the public. Now, for example, in Facebook. Okay. So
I think AFRIA is an example of like best practice already in terms of what.
Okay, fine. All I can say is that the government can be able to ask these companies whether they have frameworks for these particular things, and so that they can set them there, so that just in case anything goes awry, they can be able to do something about it. Otherwise, as you said, it's not. Yeah, it's dense.
It's one you're renting, you're not owning, all of these things that come into the.
Okay, I think all of these social media platforms or ISPs or whatever, they already have policies in place to protect the public. So the only thing that the government can do, or I guess that we should make sure that they do, is that those policies are in line with our laws. That's it. There's not much more we can do besides that. Yeah, and I guess. Yeah. And if they are not, we let them know.
Who creates these things?
Yeah.
Pulls as many artists as Saturday does, as Africa does, right?
Yeah,
So imagine if those were 10. I'm saying it's possible. If I work with 15 artists,
let's just say,
I give them a career and a life, and
let's just say the,
grow.
yeah,
What if
let's
there
just
were
say
10 of us?
the
There will be 150 of us. And then if you go with
what's the word?
with
It's
studio
the
assistants and whatever,
consumer
we are
protection
10
policies for
individuals,
each of those
organizations
social
like
media
Black Team,
platforms or ISPs or whatever
10,000 people
should be in
directly.
protection
So,
policies.
which means that
Should be in line with the
and in
law
order for that to grow, there must be
of the country.
some incentive
And if the
from a
government
policy
feels that
point
they're
of
not
view,
in line with it,
from a policy
they should reach out to those
the
platforms
law,
and I guess ask them to
easy.
change.
Like when you look at, there are things like, I don't know, you can
Okay.
import art, I think, into the US, there's no tax or something like that. You know, yet to import art into, I don't know, Switzerland or London, there is tax, you know, so
Yes, I can see
if that's
very
policy
passionate discussions that are ongoing, very enthusiastic deliberations indeed.
yeah, then
I just want to let us know that we have about 10 minutes of deliberating that are left. So please expedite the discussions through the pillars, and then we should prepare for presentations. Every group will have about 10 minutes to present. Thank you.
logistics guy, there's a manager, there's a whatever, all these people, and those people are not developed.
Yeah, you
the
just
only developed
you just bring
system
yeah
in
yes
art, in terms of labor.
Over number two, infrastructure development.
They're not art managers.
How can improvements in digital infrastructure boost the local economy and promote homegrown content over imported media?
We're in danger of it, like.
So I think improvement in infrastructure development, this can also be looked at, not just, most people look at it as, oh, set up hubs and buildings, but even the programs, softwares that are used in terms of communication, finance, compute. So improving of all that, at the end of the day, what it helps is the quality of output, which makes our content more competitive. The only reason now, like I'm from the gaming space, the only reason why someone would opt to play a AAA title from Activision, Call of Duty, instead of maybe playing a game that I've developed locally is because of the quality. So if improving of infrastructure, looking at the question here, infrastructure development leads to improvement of the quality of output. Hence, we're now able to compete with imported media. So if you improve, let's say we have better rendering devices, that means most of the content we come up with is better quality. And now when someone's on YouTube, they can consume locally created video or game or something than opting for something externally created because it's of higher quality. So I think overall it makes us more competitive based off the quality. So I think quality is the edge there. I don't know if you guys have any
I think for starters, having subsidized internet rates, our internet rates are still high compared to the Western world, and yeah, Wi-Fi is still a luxury here. The second one is integrating modules in our national curriculum systems that encourage content creation. For example, edit. Sorry.
Because global market conversation is
Yeah.
talking about global market and
Do.
policies. When at home, we don't have policy. And policy is what makes everything happen.
Okay.
No, there's
Okay.
a policy
Then
on
it's
I don't know, there's a law, I don't know, computers, like
yeah.
there's 0% tax
Let me
to import, right?
The thing I'll add is just payments infrastructure, right? Because Meta shows, I think, Africa is not profitable at all. Even the Facebook marketplace, even though you list your items, the transactions happen off of the internet. So it's not it's not a profitable interaction. The interactions happen offline, meaning when they're planning what they're going to build for us, they don't have transaction element. So I saw Bank of Uganda talking about central bank digital currencies. I would think if we had a way in which everyone's either NIN was attached to a wallet which they could do transactions on, you'd be able to then do safe transactions online. Yeah, because if you leave it to only being guys like me, we are only going to go where we think money is. So all the high net worth clients already have access to do all those things. But if I wanted to build and set up my e-commerce site, there's no reason for me to do that because everything is already cash based. So even for the provider, they're basically saying, I mean, this is basically for them to just have what information are you guys sharing, but they don't have financial transactions happening. So I'm thinking if the digital infrastructure was financially capacitated so that people can exchange value. Yeah. Yeah, so we talk about e-commerce, but the value happens offline. People do the transaction offline, not online.
And some might not come back online, so that's also worrying. You might lose a generation.
So the way for it to be boosted is not general digital infrastructure. I believe on top of what she said in terms of access for the internet, the other bit is that you have the capability for you to do legal transactions, that you have a wallet as a citizen that is able for you to do a transaction. And if you can do that online, then that moves more economic value here, and then that will, pull a lot more commercial interest. Like people can pay for my podcast.
Anyone else?
The result of that is a financial, again, looking at the question, if government does that, I think the impact there is a better return for creators at the end of the day. So if government is able to improve on such infrastructure, especially from a finance perspective, it will enable creators earn more and better.
Previous versions of the education curriculum, where it was like properly there, and now it's almost relegated to like the after-school club, which is feels real shame. So the teaching of art and artists in school. Maybe there's a work.
So capability to do legal digital transactions, and this could help with better returns for creatives.
Policy to enable private sector.
Yes.
If you think about it, if the ecosystem can only grow with the good policy. If the policy is good, while Rashida is selling art in her gallery,
really?
while
economy.
doing curating, and while everybody's doing whatever, I will start a school.
Seen as an actual economy, so we can be taxed. This is, and then the third one is.
Needs attention. And going back,
cross-pollinate really nicely.
Would apply to 6.
Because there is a mandate.
Partnerships and collaborations. What about labor? An example 4.
Really emphasize that as a real.
Are we done for 2?
If there's no policy or favorable policy for that matter.
Better quality of output and capability of legal digital transactions for content creators. Hence, visibility for an actual economy of creatives.
Why would I? Because that already indicates to me there's no market.
Those things like lending and people building out your stuff, they need to see 2 things. They need to first see they know your identity, so they can peg you and say this is who you are, but then they also see where value is moving. But for right now, they just see what we talk about, and the intention to, what is it that lawyers say? Invitations to treat. And not actual transaction. You guys use big words that scare us.
So yet these people, the 75%.
For the, I don't know if we're moving to the labor bit.
They're not farmers, innately. They're creative. And there's.
Oh, we had something, eh? Let me just say something for the labor bit. So, yeah, for the labor bit, because I've just come from a discussion on what we term as necessary skills for you to be a citizen. So because we get online as customers, it's your responsibility to educate yourself and the company. But we have NINs, right? So my point there is that if the basics are that by a certain age you understand what you're doing when you get online, it should be in school basically, or you can mandate it that by the time you get onto our website, there is a few, like a test you do to make sure that you understand the responsibilities. So the things of, if you're going to, what say salacious content? If you're going to come on and say all kinds of things, you need to know that that's your responsibility. Like right now, all you do is say, I am of age. And the reason that is because from the countries where that comes from, the presupposition is that you already have that information by the time you're 18. Whereas here, you're just coming online because you put your age, but you don't have the capability to protect yourself. So I would think basic digital literacy is a necessary skill for you to be a citizen online. Yeah, basic digital literacy skills are different than they were 10 years ago. Because now it's social, it's not just getting on to do your homework.
Exporting goods than the opportunity of, and I think the ratio of the incentives for international investment versus me as a home.
I need to read this question actually. I feel like we just skipped into, what skills do Ugandans need to create content that resonates both locally and globally? How can we foster a better perception of content creators or influencers to encourage more stakeholders to embrace the role of content creation in business and tourism?
Yes, I think to answer that, here I think the keywords for me would look at resonating both locally and globally. I would also look at it from the perspective of content creation in business and tourism. I think if this goes to the government, maybe business courses for creators. I think that's something that's lacking because I mean I'll borrow from the law profession. They're trained to a certain level, and by the time a lawyer steps in, you hold them at a particular. You're looking at them within their profession. So, and here when they say where we can foster a better perception of content creators or influencers. So if now there is something that's speaking to formal training of these individuals, not on the skill that they're doing, not on the content that they're creating, because I think there's enough of that already, but more when it comes to how they conduct themselves professionally in the professional space. I think there's a massive gap there. We may not go so deep into what they're creating because that's something that, I mean, we could all be on this table and all creating something in a unique form. So finding a school that can teach that is a bit, may not even be relevant because most of these things are new. There's no blueprint for them. But one thing that remains constant is how we professionally present ourselves.
I hope we are winding down. We are left with about 3 minutes to wind this down. I hope we have selected the person that's going to speak on behalf of your team. So within the next 3 minutes, please put that together. Thank you.
And research goes into Ugandan art history, and then we have that information.
The order of presentation will be, we'll start with the fashion table, and we'll move to the content table. Then we will come to the art table, and move to the music table, and then finally wrap it up with the film table.
These creators here should be the ones developing.
I hope the fashion table is getting ready because you'll be the first.
Away. So like we're saying, we make suggestions, they go into a black room and do it, but if we're already doing the work, why don't we
after that we'll do the content table that's been
and then
streaming
like a sandbox,
online.
the way they do it for financial
then we do
services.
the arts table, the music table, and the film table.
The labor side, because like you're the one who's in there, so it's a new frontier, so you're probably figuring out different things and you know what's going to affect you. I worry in that sometimes we give suggestions, then it goes somewhere, it's ideated and it's brought back to us. So if it's a collaborative creation, like a sandbox where we go in and say, let's maybe make an automated sandbox which allows you to say, we're creating this kind of content and this is how I presented it. This is how people have reacted to what you're saying. So it's not online yet, but other creators are sort of seeing what you're doing. Yeah, and sort of saying, well, maybe try it this way. It's voluntary for you to come in and say. The thing is, if you have that certification, you then, like when you're getting paid sponsorships, it's like this guy has already gone through that thing. So you have the sort of informal creators and then formal creators to what you are saying. This guy has actually interacted with, these are the ways in which you're supposed to be professional. Because when guys are looking for influencers, the worry is this guy is going to drop an F-bomb while selling my stuff. So the only way for you to know is maybe, okay, that guy went through a small course where they taught him about the professionalism, and so I can hold him to account in that he knows that you're not supposed to do that. Whereas someone else will say, my brand was already like this, and you came to me with your stuff.
How would we state that?
Okay, so hello teams, hello teams. I would like to call us to order.
Co-creation of a way to validate people who have been trained to become business influencers.
This is
Because
going
this is
to
talking
be
about
interesting.
business, tourism, representation of the country. You're like almost a professional face. So you can only know that if the person has maybe interacted or been in some kind of certification. I don't like the word certification, but like yeah.
Because I think also.
So you know you're talking to someone who's been certified versus this is just someone who's a hobbyist or someone who's doing what they enjoy. How do you tell the difference?
Because you just have to write it, right? It's the easiest thing. Meaning, on a practical level, it's the easiest thing to do, right?
Yeah.
The challenge, like you said, this thing that is in parliament or whatever, in the ministry that they are reviewing, I don't know about it.
They spent a year consulting.
So the key is that the key is that we have to be consulted, and we have to design the policy.
How can Uganda's cultural identity be used to create content that stands out globally? What role can e-commerce play in providing content creators in Uganda with a platform to monetize their work, and how can it support the preservation of cultural heritage through digital content sales?
I mean, we're not go so in depth, best of time. To be honest, we're running out of time.
Okay, team. So our time is done.
But easy.
Our time is done. Our time is done. You know, when you meet people who think like you, that conversation can go on for a bit. As mentioned earlier, we will be starting with amazing people in the area of fashion. I think some designers once called it wearable art or wearable products. I hope you have nominated your representative. You can come with a second person for moral support. Sometimes things can be tough.
And tell me why, because that's infrastructure.
And I hope that all of us can turn our attention to the amazing people who were on the fashion table.
Funding will fund this infrastructure. It's like
That's why you need the moving one.
Making simple innovation. But you see, all of that, because it's not policy, it is going to be.
So let's wrap up those conversations. The amazing people from fashion are here already.
So there's a lot of money, corruption, whatever. But if it was policy, I have the right to walk in there and say, show me your what are you going to do?
And I mean, to write them research.
But if it's not policy, that means that everybody can come up with a route.
No, they are hooks.
All right, guys, might run before have a. But you will represent, because we got the answer in the first 2 minutes. So now we were.
That is for you. Anti for people.
I wonder what sector that is. Yeah, that's why they have the written. Yeah, it's like fashion.
Check. a slight change. We'll have the arts table come in and present quickly because the presenter is going to step out in a bit. And then we'll move on to the fashion table and the content table, music table, then finally film. Each of these is going to take exactly 10 minutes. I hope that we can give them our full attention for this period of time.
Great, thank you. And I think we had an advantage, well, I had an advantage because of the discussion that we had, which was focused on the visual arts and opportunities in Uganda to meet the global market. This group was, the art group, and we really focused on the opportunity of policy. I think our discussion hooked into, policy being that driver of opportunity and how through enabling policies for the creative sector here, we can really advocate for the sector. The opportunity of political influence we talked about. We recognize we've got a national cultural policy at the moment, but what does that look like to be actionable and actioned? There is still a need for advocacy, both nationally and internationally, to represent Brand Uganda, to support the arts sector here. Bar to entry, we discussed it's not easy to just enter into the arts sector. High costs of entry in terms of access to materials, your craft, few spaces to develop for artistic practice. We have very few spaces that are enabling artists to meet, to gather, to create, to risk take, which is what you need to develop as an artist. So all of these fundamental ecosystem notches in the value chain of your artistic career, people are doing it essentially as a sole trader. We all know there are lots of artists out there. Uganda's youth generation, we're essentially creative. But is the activity that's happening in the informal creative sector with creativity being made meeting an effective policy? Or is it happening in its own vacuum? We've got models of success, AfriArt, 32 Degrees East. These are packing a punch in terms of international and local impact for art. But where do they meet an enabling policy? They've got overheads to meet, staff to employ. They're doing their own incubator opportunities that support artistic development. But do we have a policy that recognizes the...
Hi, team. Hello, everyone. Could we please pay attention to the discussion that is happening up here? Yes, so that we'll do the same for you as well. Yeah, tit for tat.
Thank you, Eugene. Yeah, do we have a policy that recognizes essentially these lone entities? And I think that's actually the opportunity for government, for policy, to really meet the market here and the opportunity that we've got in Uganda in terms of the visual arts sector. We've got a piece of that marketplace that I talked about earlier, where we've got organizations who are representing Uganda internationally, but they need support through favorable policies. How can we connect the dots and the knowledge gap also to support very detailed conversations of the expertise that we know it takes to broker relationships in the international art market? What does it take to grow a brand internationally, to sell art, to export it? How do we do that? It's very difficult to just exchange our goods, to physically move our product and our people across the borders from Uganda to Kenya, to galleries in the USA, to UK. Is that being met with a policy that is enabling export and import? We talked about the opportunity of harnessing the youth labor market. How do we integrate the respect for an arts education in schools early? There's opportunities for artists to go directly into schools, for teachers to, would you as a teacher choose to teach art versus teaching science if your pay is going to be 3 times less than if I chose to be a science teacher in Uganda? We've got real infrastructure issues to contend with about the respect that needs to be afforded to the growth of creative careers, right from early childhood development. So issues like that we discussed. We identified the opportunity for the right partnerships that we need to support this advocacy, private public sector partnerships that government can play a role in, incentivizing the private sector to support the growth of the creative economy and art making within that in Uganda? How do we mandate that new infrastructure buildings have the opportunity to use their ground floor to showcase visual art, for example? That in itself will create a marketplace where people are consuming and buying Ugandan art and taking it to market. An art district in the industrial area, for example, building on AfriArt across 6th Street and 7th Street. We can see examples where this is working on this continent, in Ghana, in Nigeria. We can do the same thing here with policies that enable that creation of opportunity and incentivize the opportunity to invest in creating a gallery. We have tax incentives to create a church. You don't pay tax, but can we have the same recognition given to the future growth of this industry in the visual arts sector?
Maybe to add on to policy making, when you look at Uganda's education system, we have a policy whereby I am studying West African history that is giving me more light about West African art, right? But when it comes back home, I do a little bit of Nambi and Chintu in primary school. Fast forward to high school, we get lost in some bit of West Africa. Again, up in HSC, I still have other jurisdictions in terms of that history, which does not give me an insight about the art that I have as a Ugandan. So we are requesting government to have a change in this education system that can include our own background and art into the system so that we can promote growth of art within our art industry. Then for funding, can we have tax incentives for most of our art products? Can we have tax incentives for these art spaces that we need to create for our people? There is no way they are going to grow if we are really levying high taxes on their products, on their produce, or levying high taxes on the spaces that they have to rent. So we ought to provide incentives that can help them grow. Yeah, that's what we had from the art table.
Let's give them a better round of applause, guys. Where's Francis? So one of the things we're going to do to make sure we are all in the mix is that there'll be a roving mic that will just ask 1 or 2 questions. What have you heard from the arts table? Because people were focused on their tables. Yeah? So I wanted to ask the good people from film, yeah? What have you guys learned about the art space from the conversation that they have shared? And they're still talking.
We have learned that it would be great for the government to provide a tax incentives to allow the artists to exhibit their art, to sell their art, to create spaces for their artists. That's just one of the things.
Yeah. And then I'll move to the content table. What was one of those things that you picked up from what the arts table conversated about?
Yeah, so I think the thing I got is we enjoy art, but we don't pay enough for the people that produce that art.
Yeah.
Especially that point of what do we pay art teachers? Basically, it's money. And I think we said government, but when they said government, for me, I thought taxes. So there are many things I want to ask, but I don't think I'll be able to ask them. But that's what I heard. I think the problem is the disincentive for people who are creating art, the people who are creative, do it because of love. And they're not getting commercially compensated. So it's I think there are more people doing STEM than they are doing arts, simply because of the incentives that come with what career you choose to go with.
Yeah. I think the number they quoted was 3 times more. As a science teacher, you are paid quite a bit more than the arts teacher. And then we'll move on to the fashion table. to give their comments on what the arts table shared. This method shall allow all of us to listen.
I think for me, what got me is the storytelling of Ugandan art. Chintu and Nambi, we all studied that and it got lost. So it was very clear to me that somewhere we forget ourselves and concentrate on everybody else but ourselves.
Yeah, and then we did a lot of studying of the Canadian prairies.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that still leave traumatic memories.
So when we say things like, oh, why aren't Ugandans united? Why aren't we like all these things that we say on Twitter were our own problem? We haven't been indoctrinated to the point of like really knowing who we are and where we come from and why it's important. Yeah, that's what I got.
Thank you. And we'll have the same from the music table. You're the closest to me. I've been hearing your noise the most. I hope you have good points. Your takeaway from the arts table conversation.
Check. So from the presentation, I was very intrigued with the suggestion or the ideas around expanding infrastructure for art, creating a dedicated space like in industrial area. I think that would be a great idea, and that could apply to also other industries. I think it's already happening when there's on 5th Street. There's already the creative hub, and that's like just a starting point. We need things like that, but on a larger scale, you know, like what Daudi Karunji was saying earlier. I think that those were great ideas, but somebody else had the point.
Thank you very much. What I learned from the arts table was that the tax incentives to the industry, we're actually facing the same problem. So it's really, really a good challenge. So that's my takeaway. Thank you.
Awesome. And maybe to build on that, we have created enough industrial areas in Namamve and other areas. Wouldn't it be so nice if we create an arts industrial area? Okay, that doesn't matter. But you get what I mean, eh? Yeah, one like that. Let us invite the content table to please, sorry, the fashion table, they were the one, yeah. The fashion table to present their findings.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Bakene Martin Nkundwa. I go by my Kunta Kinte name, Nkundwa. I'm a fashion designer, and lately I've been taken up by policy and policy work. I'm joined by Rebecca. I can't wait to hear what she'll share with you, even though I already know what it is. So, the first thing that sticks with me from this day is the staggering lack of information. I have heard so many things in one morning that I probably learned in the past year alone. So thank you very much for everyone that has said something. Neka good morning, Kakola. Now, because of this, of the huge gap in the lack of information, especially in regards to policy, our first question was, how can current trade policies better support locally made fashion products, including indigenous fabrics like bark cloth, banana fiber, hides and skin? And this was directed towards local businesses, locally started businesses. From my table, one of my table mates brought it to my attention that the rights to bark cloth belonged to a German company from way back when. Can you imagine that? Olubugo Sirafe. In regards to the policies that are available, we had what the UCC is doing. We've had the Honorable Minister tell us of the endeavors and initiatives that they're taking. I pledge to collect all this information and share it with my fellow designers, because so many institutions and entities are doing the same work separately, and it never reaches the people for whom it is intended. So I think in regards to policy, we need to centralize the output of this information, have it collected according to the sectors that it benefits, such that if I should look up funding for fashion, it will be in the same place. We'll know that Youth Works or MasterCard Foundation is giving out money, or Exim Bank is giving out money. Recently, Post Bank was giving out money for women. But this is information that is spread so far apart, you'll just catch a glimpse of it in the new vision and never see it again. My mates on the table talked towards consumer protection policies. And in as much as the government is trying to discourage imports, we have found that locally produced goods and fashion items do not have enough protections that will allow them to compete favorably. Rebecca has started a brand for a ready-to-wear line. And because I'm in the line of work, I know that when you compare the prices that you have to put out your work versus things that people buy on Shein, online, or just your random import from Turkey, the price difference is quite significant. So we need to do more work towards protecting our work and how it is consumed. We also looked towards recognition, especially in the fashion world. In the recent past, only the Abrams Fashion Awards existed to show some recognition towards local designers, stylists, and people in the field. Last year, Abrams didn't have his awards. They've not been very regular. So I'm happy for the film industry, and you guys have very regular award ceremonies. A special emama to you. I'm hoping that we too shall make some groundbreaking moves in that field, such that designers, people can be inspired to come into the work more and more. I would like to pass the mic to Rebecca to talk about infrastructure and to highlight some of the problems she's found and maybe some solutions that she has to that end.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rebecca Nanjago. I am a fashion creator. I own a thrift store, and now I entered manufacturing. So the fashion space is something I'm very, very passionate about. Anyway, in terms of infrastructure, there is like a lack of specialized manufacturing at scale. I launched a ready-to-wear brand recently, and most of the people manufacture like uniforms. So I have to go in these places and convince them to make like something that can be consumed. And for the fashion space, the biggest threat for locally made products is like secondhand. And we have ready-to-wear secondhand that is cheap and, you know, makes sense and is good quality. But we don't have factories that can produce at scale. So what I produced sold out on the day I launched, and then it took me a month to create again. So I lost the people who I lost income because there was no way I could produce quickly at scale because there's just no infrastructure. Access to appropriate materials, he kind of touched on this. The tax on fabrics is 35%. So it's pretty high for us to manufacture, say a piece of, anyway, let me not get into the specifics. But it's very high because they're trying to protect our cotton, but the cotton that we produce here is not as refined, and we only have cotton, but you can't use cotton for everything. And there's cotton for a tablecloth, there's cotton for a shirt, there's cotton for a suit. I understand them trying to protect cotton, the one we produce, at the expense of us getting fabrics from abroad, but then we shoot ourselves in the foot because we are not yet ready. We don't have processes to refine our cotton for different, uses. The other thing is processing mills to complement local materials. Let's say backcloth. On this, I have two things to say. Backcloth is all used throughout the country, but it has different cultural connotations. In Buganda, it's used mainly for funerals and things like that. And saying Toro, it's an accessory, how you'd use a mat, beauty, decoration, whatever. So you can even find that I've attended a marriage ceremony. Muganda was getting married to a Mutoro, and that backcloth thing was an issue because the Muko could not, So because of this, I think that backcloth is special to us and it's Ugandan, but if it could be blended, like how we have polyester cotton blends and things like that, it could make it more wearable and take away that culture, whatever to it. But we need processing mills for that and other fabrics. New tech, this was your point.
Yes, so in regards to new tech and petrochemicals, you may not know this, but more than 80% of all clothes manufactured in the whole world come from petrochemicals. So that means as Uganda grows its little cotton, in the grand scheme of things, natural fibers have been reserved for luxury goods and are not easily used. So I think that one of the solutions that we need to have to this is that even as Uganda becomes an oil producing company, we ought to take the step towards integrating petrochemicals in our fabrics and find a way to make them work. Because it is possible, other people are doing it. An example is that backcloth cannot be washed. It can only be used in a certain way under certain conditions. Supposing we were able to develop processes that can make it a more sustainable, reusable thing, so such that it's not limited by its natural state. I'm going to jump ahead to market access because time is fast spent. I have 30 seconds. Why is it difficult for Ugandan designers to access international markets? And how can cultural identity be used to create unique designs that stand out globally? A country that has done very well in regards to fashion and global recognition is Rwanda. I remember sometime a year or two ago, I flew to Kigali specifically to shop. I wanted to shop from guys like Moshon's, House of Tayo. I had seen these guys and I thought to myself, when you see a Rwandese shirt, you know it's a Rwandese shirt. So, to my fellow creators, the work that we do is what gives us a cultural identity. People see from our film, from our pictures, you're able to see a picture and say, this is Nigerian, this is Kenyan, this is Ugandan. If we were to come together and create a very solid cultural identity, because the one we have now is quite flimsy, there are only so many things you can put your finger on and say, this is uniquely Ugandan. So if we were able to create a very unique and easily identifiable cultural identity, I think it would go a long way towards helping not just fashion, but film and music and every other art imaginable field and sector. That's our submission. We'll take some questions now.
Thank you. Can give the mic over to Francis. Yes, we can clap for them. It's a good way to stay awake as well. And we'll do that thing where each table is going to give feedback to us regarding some of the areas that yeah, okay. So just tell us what you picked out of that conversation.
Ready to give us feedback?
He spoke to creative awareness, and this is something that we all suffer with. Some of us didn't know about certain government policies that have been enacted until the minister talks about them. So we need to create more awareness about these policies that are supporting the creatives within the country.
Yeah.
That is from the Arts Table.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Arts Table. Oh, there's two opinions.
Yeah, I really, the point that sat with me the most was about protecting your work. It gave me an idea of having some subsidies on your production costs so that you can be able to compete at the same level as some of the brands that are being, imported here.
Thank you so much. There was an interesting observation as well. We export a bale of cotton unprocessed for $5. It's bought for $5. We buy back t-shirts, a t-shirt that uses less than 100th of a bale for between $15 and $50. Yeah? So there's so much value lost somewhere along the way. Could we have our feedback from the film table?
Film table, yes.
Sharp spoke the other time. Okay.
Yeah, thank you guys. I picked up when you said Rwanda has, should I call it a vibrant fashion industry, and how they are marketing it, and how we also need to look at such examples and see how can we amplify, our authenticity within our fashion industry. Yeah, that's what I picked up.
Thank you so much, Peter. We'll go to the music table, then we'll wrap up with the content table. Music, what did you pick from fashion?
The petrochemical thing.
Yeah.
That was profound. But I believe that conversation can be had because with the growth of our oil and gas sector and the industrial park, for the oil and gas sector, there is going to be a lot of harnessing of those petrochemical products. And so I think that's a very, very good point and a very good value-add conversation to pick up from here. So JEPA, the white paper people, I think that's something we can highlight because then it provides us a very good interlink. And that's one of the things that will drive our economy in terms of value from oil and gas. Those interlinkages. And if it's going to add value to cotton and products out of cotton, then I think that's amazing. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Hassan Minhaj is an American comic. He has a whole 45-second video that explores the effect of fast fashion. So if you're on YouTube, you can look up Hassan Minhaj. You will discover how bad the clothes you're wearing are.
Yeah, my comment still in regards to the petrochemicals, the justification for defending our Ugandan cotton was because it's what we have. but now we have oil. And I like the idea of now having homegrown cotton petrochemical fusion products. But what we left hanging is that what's the action point for us in as a creative sector? It sort of touches on what we were discussing here earlier, that the Ghana Investment Authority hardly has anything positioned for the creative industries. So our action point should be that we should start positioning for foreign direct investment in industries that tap into petrochemical cotton sort of products made here in Uganda. We should start positioning and inviting investors in that space, whether mobilizing investment locally or internationally. Thank you.
Thank you. There's also a balance there between sustainability, climate change, and the use of the exchange between the two. Like if we're switching out from cotton into plastics, is that actually good for the environment and all those things?
Yeah, actually, I'm very glad we had these guys come talk this morning. One of the things for me that has stood out is that tax that Rebecca has mentioned, the 32%? 35%, wow. I think that's a bit high. We understand the logic behind it, but you know the reasons why again we have these symposia is to be able to collect things like this, because if you're taxing that, then there has to be a compromise somewhere, especially if the cotton we're producing is not good enough to be able to produce the clothes. So for me, this is something we're definitely going to take up and add to our JEPA as well. Please note that, and let's see how to be able to help you on that front.
Awesome, thank you. And then finally, the content table.
Yeah, thanks so much for that presentation. I want to comment on the thing you said about imported clothing and how it's such a problem for you. I think it's a problem all over the continent. And I think that like you'll notice that certain creators have been forced now to use those imported clothes and kind of like repurpose them, transform them, you know, and I guess that's a good thing, but I think they're acting out of like, they don't really have a choice. Like they just have to use what's available, and that affects them being able to create things that have like a cultural identity, I feel like. So yeah, I think that it will be a big help if they're able to like maybe subsidize the cost of bringing in the cotton or just helping us produce better cotton. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Team, let's give it up for the fashion team. And for me, the thing I picked out is that Olubugoto Rosa. And so, yeah. Let's invite the content team over to give the presentation. Thank you. The mic. I'm good. It's good to see you. I saw you on the whatever. I'm like, I know that guy. Where is he? We have one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Navagala Lillian Maximilian. I am a creative curator, creative artist with my colleague.
Good afternoon. I'm Ivan Chibuka. I'm a founder in the creative industry. I founded Arudem, which is primarily a brand and a business focused around building products within the gaming space. That's video gaming. And I feel that also taps into IP, because these are originally created works that we get to do. And we're here to, on behalf of the content team, and to kind of take you through some of our questions. So I think I'll hand the mic over to my colleague, and I can always iterate on our submission.
Thank you, Ivan. And so with the content creation industry, including publishing and digital media, the first question was policy. What laws in Uganda need to improve to protect content creators and help them make a fair income from their work? And how can content creation be used to celebrate and share Uganda's diverse heritage? So one of the points that we developed with our team were copyrights, creating a Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act. Content creation should be included in the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act, and then the language of law should have content creators, should have an inclusivity of more content creators. Ivan could add that to, Ivan, do you have anything to submit on this point? Yes, and then the next was about the income.
Maybe I could jump in there.
Yes, come in.
We borrowed a concept from the minimum wage. Not professionally sure how that works in the legal terms, but I think offhead, a minimum wage is, I think, don't pay me below this. So we came up with an idea of why maybe the government could come up with a fixed fee. It could be $10, $20 for creatives that's standard and based on whatever works they're going to do. If you approach me as a creator, on top of what you're going to pay me, there's this fixed cost, just to kind of ascertain and a way the government can help a creator know that at the end of the day, I'm still going to get something. It doesn't have to be massive. It could really just be something minimal that below this, still offer this, and then maybe add more to that. Yeah. We went ahead and also looked at heritage, because our question also spoke into heritage. And during our discussion, we discovered a platform called Power Rhythm Africa, where they're primarily creating a platform for indigenous cultures, and they're capturing content from these indigenous cultures focused around music and the instruments. So you find that such a platform, if created, if supported, can document a lot of indigenous culture tools that have been created locally, and that can also drive inspiration to a bunch of creatives, be it in the music space, in the film space, or in the animation space, trying to again pivot more towards our local content. Yeah.
And also to add to that, we believe that the government pushing for the policy of archiving and having heritage and historical information being archived in spaces that content creators can have access to, and pushing for this information to be used by content creators will give our content a Ugandan identity as a whole. Then we went to amendments. Yes. Okay, let's go to number 2. The question was infrastructure development. How can improvements in digital infrastructure boost the local economy and promote homegrown content over imported media?
I can jump on that. Yes. This question was primarily focused around not what should be done, but what's the result of what should be done. So we looked at improvement of infrastructure can enable better quality of output when it comes to local content. If I'm able to have, let's say if you're looking at the animation industry, if I'm able to be facilitated with particular technology that can enable me output a high quality animation that can compete with animations that are coming in, I think that's really important, and that speaks more into infrastructure. This question was also looking at the fact that how can infrastructure help us compete more on a global market. Generally, for me, I look at it from the angle of better quality of output at the end of the day, and I think that's something that can enable various creatives have a bigger platform for the works they get to do.
And also capability to do legal digital transactions. This could help with better returns for the creatives. Hence, then the creative content industry or the creative industry will be seen as an actual economy. So a lot of content and creations and transactions are done physically with cash, even when you have your content online. So how can the government create a structure that could enable content creators and anyone selling anything online or creating work online to have a digital transaction? For example, maybe an encouraging e-commerce, and Joel talked about KCB trying to create something like that. Maybe Joel Muhumuza. I could give you the microphone, yes.
Yeah, thanks. So, I think in banking right now, the discussion is around extending auto collection services. So if I'm enjoying your content and I owe you money, you can simply make an instruction so that the bank will debit my account and then credit yours. Right now, the issue is that you have to do it on mobile money, but mobile money is a remittance service. So it's really expensive. So a lot of the transactions that happen on Facebook Marketplace, no one sees anything like that. No one sees what's happening offline because it's offline. So we only see the creativity, but we don't see the financial value that people are putting towards it. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for that submission, Muhumuza.
We've been given 2 minutes, so.
And we're remaining in 2 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
And then let's move to labor real quick.
Yeah, I think I can take that.
Yes, please do.
We could go through the question first.
Okay. So the question under labor, what skills do Ugandans need to create content that resonates both locally and globally? How can we foster a better perception of content creators or influencers to encourage more stakeholders to embrace the role of content creation in business and tourism?
Yeah, so as a content group, we took out a keyword from that question, which was primarily around representation and what was representation and perception of content creators on the local market. I think for us that looked more of presenting these content creators. So we looked at the government coming up with particular, maybe it may not be the government, but just the content industry having business-focused courses that are able to shape these creators more professionally, such that as I'm presenting myself as a creator, yes, I'm a creative, but I'm also presenting myself on a business front. We looked at an example of maybe one of the professionals we had on our table who was a lawyer. When a lawyer walks into a room, there's a particular way you're looking at him because of his profession. So I think it's important that a business, we call it a business course for creators, is created that primarily focuses shaping these creators into professionals. And we also close that up with some sort of certification that can guarantee that I'm a trained creator. It could be it's super traditional. Certificates are a bit traditional, but at the end of the day, I think it's a standard that has been set globally in terms of how best we can present ourselves. So that spoke more to our labor question.
Yes, and hence that would create avenues for mentors of content for content creators. And then the market access. Market access, how can Uganda's cultural identity be used to create content that stands out globally? What role can e-commerce play in providing content creators in Uganda with a platform to monetize their work? And how can it support the preservation of cultural heritage through digital content sales?
I think there, in the interest of time, we summarize that as ease of payment. At the end of the day, such platforms just enable fast and quicker payments.
And also creation of funds that encourage development of works that focus on Ugandan culture. So development of works by content creators that focus on the Ugandan cultural heritage. And then access to funding, real quick. What types of funding are available for small content creators and how can more support be provided? How can the government and private sector step in to help?
There we looked at the fact that I think one of the main key points here I could speak on is diversification of these funds. You find that most funds are, yes, they're creative funds, but they focus around particular industries and maybe that have already been tried and tested. And you find that most of the funders are trying to play it safe. But diversification of funds and tapping into more ambiguous industries like gaming, industries like animation, I think would help ease when it comes to accessing of these funds. So primarily just diversifying the classification of funds. Yeah.
Publicizing these different funds on platforms that are relevant to content creators, and then creators forming savings and funds and ideas to support each other than waiting for funding outside. the creative sector. And then creation of consortiums by content creators, since they understand their art forms and I could say art forms and ideas of creation better, creating a consortium that can get a bigger funding to help other individuals as content creators. And then our last one was partnership and collaborations. I'll read the question real quick. How can different stakeholders, government development partners, and private sector, plus small communities work together to create a thriving digital content ecosystem in Uganda? And what strategies can be used to foster collaboration without duplicating efforts, especially when creating content that reflects Uganda's identity?
Yeah, so keyword there was duplication, and how I think we avoid that is primarily pivoted towards information. So these government agencies and bodies and stakeholders are only going to be able to create relevant strategies that don't duplicate if they actually have this information. A majority of our industries are really in depth. If you're going to film, there's so many technicalities. If you're going to music, there's so many technicalities that most of these officials or stakeholders may not have access to, hence them creating programs that may seem a bit duplicated. So I think creation of, we called it an information hub, a filtered information hub, where various stakeholders can find information on these particular industries. Yeah.
And also, as we discussed, we felt there's the need to push for more courses for content creators and other art forms, as much as sciences have been pushed for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so the content table, please. Thank you guys very much. Come on, let's clap for them, is what I'm saying. So we'll do that thing. First of all, I want to remind you, you have done so well. We are left with just 2 more tables. So we'll hear from the different tables what they picked up from the content creator conversation, and then we'll move on to music, and then finally wrap it up with film, because there are many, and they are too clever, and they have taken too long. I need to see. So
okay.
Let's...
Which table should we start with?
We start with film.
Film, great.
We start with film.
Okay.
No. You're giving us your takeaway from content. And yeah.
Remy is not here, but anyway. Yeah, I like the point on, what did you call it? Minimum wage. Yeah, I think as creatives, we suffer a lot. You know, they tell you to work for exposure, but it's good when you know that the moment I show up and, you know, I'm doing something, there's something little. Kind of like how the doctors have consultation fee.
So minimum wage. But so Joel Muhumuza rails against capitalism quite a bit. And he will tell you that in this context, minimum wage in a capitalist situation. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. So my takeaway was when you talked about funding their animation so that they can compete on the global market. Actually, if you don't have enough funding and technology and software and all that, you can't compete. So that was my takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you. The arts table, what's your contribution?
I took note of the mention on infrastructure development, the suggestion that maybe government should create e-commerce platforms. Personally, I think there are things that we really shouldn't be pushing government about, but we should just work within the ecosystem of the creative industries. For example, software and innovation and are part of the 9 domains of the creative industries. They develop software applications. We should just have a collaboration between content creators and software developers to create e-commerce platforms. There are already payment processing companies here. Some are local, some are international, a whole like a dozen of them. What you need is guys to put together the e-commerce platform. I don't think we need government for that. We need government for bigger things. Thank you.
I think the context was if it's free. But yes. It doesn't need to come from government. It actually already exists, and maybe what we should be looking for are collaborations. Yes, sir.
They talked about policy, that we should have a Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act in place. We already have one as Uganda, but maybe what we can route for is for amendments or revision of these sections that could favor all players within the sector of creativity to be captured. That would be it.
Thank you so much. And then finally, someone from fashion. What's your takeaway from what content has shared with us? In the meantime, I hope the music table is getting ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. What I picked from the content creators was under labor. You talked about government should bring up business courses that are able to shape the creators professionally. And at the end of the courses, they should be accorded certificates, which is...
Take the next 10 minutes as the film people get ready.
Thank you. My name is Geoffrey Ekongot. I am a music business advocate and the CEO at the Uganda Musicians Association Secretariat and the CEO at Black Canvas Media. You want to introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. To Musima Isaac Henry, a trainee with KTA Advocates. Thank you.
So our questions, just like everybody, were around policy, policy infrastructure, labor and market access. On policy, we had the first question was what laws in Uganda make it difficult for musicians to make money from their work, especially in protecting against piracy. And we observed that the challenges were around the things that interrupt the income streams of musicians, the income streams that come from sales, that come from royalties, that come from live performances, and the ones that come from exploiting merchandise. And the things to do with the law that make it difficult for musicians to make money was the law itself. The law that we have currently is the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act of 2006, and it was introduced in 2006, which was the transition between analog and digital. A lot of the digital developments right now that drive the exploitation of copyright in music have been left out by the law, but fortunately we are in the process of amending the law. The other issue is that we noticed that stands in the way of artists making money is the ubiquity of technology and music that has made it possible for people to access music pretty much for free. And this is brought about by the fact that, you know, even people who would have been incentivized to pay for the music don't really see a good reason because the music finds them. They no longer have to find it. So we are saying that in regard to that, we need to create a lot of awareness for intellectual property and to help people understand that intellectual property is property just like tangible property. If you steal someone's laptop, you'll get arrested. If you steal someone's phone, you go to jail, and that should apply the same to music IP assets, including songs and catalogs that people exploit freely. The other solutions to that space were, apart from just creating awareness, we have also been, we discussed the issue of private copy levy, which is basically the principle that because people can copy music freely, easily, what's on WhatsApp, on messengers, on email, anywhere, there should be a tax, a kind of levy on devices that people use to consume this content. And that's already in the works. We proposed that as part of the amendments of the copyright law, but unfortunately that was thrown out by cabinet. And we are calling upon more stakeholders in the creative industries to work with us to advocate for that. The private copy levy to be reinstated in these amendments that are coming up. So there was also a suggestion that we should extend this awareness to schools as much as possible, so that the culture of respecting intellectual property starts very early. Unlike the older generations that have grown to or have been accustomed to accessing content for free or music for free, the younger generations should grow up knowing that music, it costs money to be created by the creators or the musicians, and they need to respect and be able to use it. And one of the ways we explored was that they should access music through legitimate platforms such as DSPs, the DSPs including Apple Music for those with the iPhones, Spotify, AudioMark, and all these other platforms, YouTube, in a legitimate way by subscribing. The other questions, feel free to jump in at any point. There was also the issue of infrastructure. On infrastructure was what recording studios, production equipment, or digital platforms are missing in Uganda that could help local musicians succeed. And from what we discussed, we observed that on average, the kind of tools or equipment that is available mostly facilitates the creation or the early stage of creation of music. But the final stages, such as sound engineering and mastering, we could do with much more investment in that space. I'm sure the filmmakers would agree with me on that, because we share the infrastructure. And the suggestions are that, yeah, we could work with government to support that space. One way we could work with the government to support that space was to reduce taxes on equipment. And again, the filmmakers would agree with me on that. Most of the equipment is very expensive. Mr. Nabiso here happens to own some of those expensive devices, and most filmmakers can't afford them. Reducing or removing taxes on these would be great. These are some of these proposals. Fortunately, actually, myself, we were involved recently in making new proposals to the amendments on tax policies for musicians through the private sector foundation. But these are some of the ideas we explored. And also to build capacity around the technical people that handle the production by creating more training opportunities, by inviting international experts to come and train, but also by taking Ugandan experts abroad to gain more exposure and create more world-class products. There was also the question on how can this infrastructure development honor Uganda's musical heritage? Maybe you had contribution to that? Yes, the question was how can this infrastructure development honor Uganda's musical heritage? I remember we discussed several things regarding awards, and you had...
Okay, thank you very much. So regarding infrastructure development, first of all, for instance, we have local music. So how do we get it to the international level? Of course, the engineering, for instance, sound engineering, the quality of the music videos has to be top-notch. So by encouraging or maybe by assisting these people with high technology, those expensive cameras, it will assist these people. And for instance, we don't have so prominent awards. For instance, if someone makes a very hit song, it could be, for instance, let me say October. There is, for instance, there used to be Palm Awards. Those people will remember. Exceptional artists used to take them, and for instance, you'd release a song and be like, let me put in this effort so that I could be recognized and not just get an award. For instance, I've seen UCC do for the film industry, whereby you get a laptop, good quality laptop, whereby you get a good quality laptop and maybe you can be able to do your works. The same should be done to the music industry so that it can assist them actually boost their careers and creative work. Thank you very much.
In addition to that, we had discussed that, in that area, that many awards sometimes focus on the trophies and the statuettes, but a lot of the equipment that is needed to actually grow the industry is very expensive. So we could include this equipment as part of the awards. I mean, all these Macs and Apple computers are really expensive. I think some award winners would appreciate if they got more than just fancy trophies to put in their bedrooms and their houses, but instead walk away with this high-end gear as part of the process. The next question was on labor. How can Uganda quickly equip new and existing musicians and support staff like producers and engineers to reach international standards while staying true to Uganda's traditional music roots?
Thank you very much. For instance, here we looked at first and foremost originality. For instance, if you go to Nigeria, you will see they have Afrobeats. South Africa, they have Amapiano. I'll give you an instance whereby in the Afrima Awards a few years ago, Irene Amatov won an award whereby she used this local, it could be Engalabi in Uganda, and she got won an award. But you can see these are very limited. There are a few songs in that aspect. For instance, if we boost it more, these people could really gain international recognition, and it could be a breakthrough for them.
Thank you. Then there were questions on market access. And the question was, how can Uganda's rich cultural music traditions be used to create a unique sound that appeals to a global audience? And the answer to this was that it's collaboration. Collaboration in the sense that if we look at the other countries, African countries that have managed to create a unique sound, such as South Africa and Nigeria. South Africa is right now very popular for Amapiano. Nigeria is very popular for Afrobeat. Amapiano is a fusion between other South African indigenous sounds, such as Kwaito, deep jazz, and various sounds. The same with Afrobeat. It's a fusion between already existing genres and international genres. So the same with Uganda. We could create collaborations between the various studios in tapping into indigenous sounds and indigenous genres. For example, consider Kadongo Kamu with EDM, different Chidandali with dancehall, and all these other different fusions that are possible.
For instance, the
Baksimba. Yes, go ahead.
No, for instance, like you already have the Nyanya, people who know that. Yes. Suna Beni has been really champion for that.
Yes, Nyanya. We can tap into, if we really want to create something distinct, we could tap into the international sounds, but layer them on top of indigenous traditional sounds. Think of Baksimba, think of Kadodi. I'm very sure Kadodi would be very at home with the EDM and many other sounds. It's possible to, along this path, as we explore all these ideas, it's possible to discover a unique sound for Uganda. The other questions were around access to funding, and the questions were, what are the innovative ways that the financial obstacles to record, what are innovative ways that the financial obstacles to record, produce, and distribute music? What innovative ways can we overcome obstacles to record, produce, and distribute music by local musicians?
Yes. Thank you very much. So, time is against us, but I'll try to be brief. So, we looked at tax incentives. For instance, tax incentives on the cameras, tax incentives on maybe the concerts these musicians usually come up with. Basically, that's it.
Thank you. We also, I think, explored other areas. For example, enabling artists to access financing through exchange of IP, their royalties, something we discussed earlier that Mr. Eugene was talking about. If we can unlock that with the banks and the financial institutions, we felt that could also be an innovative way. We also explored areas of de-risking the music industry. De-risking the music industry implying that we need to attract investors, but to attract those investors, we need to create incentives for investors, such as government guarantees around the music industry for people who want to invest, knowing that I'm going to make my investment, but there's a government guarantee backing it. So that's another one way to de-risk and create motivation for bringing money into the industry. And then I think that's it.
Yeah, just thank you very much. Just maybe to wrap it up for those guys who are fearing questions on the tables. So here is it. We started from the origin. We have to be original. Then we go to modify the law. Modifying the law, we create awareness. Awareness from the kids down, for instance, in kindergarten, encouraging them to be creative. If you be an artist, you can make money out of it. Maybe if you buy music, you help someone afford a living. From that, we went to awareness. Awareness still, for instance, the musicians themselves, the creatives. How do you expose your music on Apple Music? Maybe how do you get money? For instance, the other day you saw Gravity Omutuju's song in some Queenie song whereby Embuzi Zaku today was in the background. How to license that, how to assign. I think basically that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, he has done a wrap-up. So, Abia, he has stolen exams, I feel, because the goal had been to get the original. So thank you very much. Let's give it up for the music table. Yeah. Due to time, we'll move straight to the film conversation. Yes. Film. Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, KTA, and all the partners for this. It's good for us to have these types of conversations because, as you are all aware, Uganda has one of the youngest populations, and it's important for us to pay attention to some of these avenues that the young generation is using to get their livelihood, but also contribute to the economy. Yeah, so film is not very different from music, but I know that our points specific to film, and we will go ahead and submit them. I'm here with my colleague Matthew, who is a well-known filmmaker. I'm also a filmmaker, but he carries more authority. Thank you for sticking around, Matthew. We had Brian Mulondo on our table. We had people like Charles Senkuge Siasa, but these are very busy people and they had to run off. But yes, Matthew, you can introduce yourself, then we will kick off.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Nawiso. I'm a filmmaker. I started off as an actor. I became a film producer, then a film director. I've done so many feature films, directed so many television series. My last project was Sanyu series, where I produced and directed 880 episodes of the show. Yeah, thank you. It's currently the longest TV show Uganda has ever produced, and I think that shows growth in our community. Thanks to partners like MultiChoice, Brian Mulondo ran out. Okay, going into digging in, I will ask Peter to just read the questions.
Yes.
We'll try to keep this as brief as possible.
Yes, so the first one was on policy. How can film policy protect Uganda's stories and cultural identity from being misrepresented or commercialized abroad?
Some of these questions actually concern either people in government and KTA. Where are the KTA team? I need you people here. Yes. Because some of these are legal issues, others are policy issues. So if I don't have government, if I don't have legal advisors, who am I missing something? Okay, now the first challenge we have regarding this question is that as film, as an industry, we have no film policy. So without a film policy, what are we even doing? It's a huge challenge. We've managed to grow film thanks to individual contributions, people like Whistle Films, people like Admire, and a couple of other filmmakers. We've done what we can within our means without a film policy, without a film commission, but that is one of the most important things that we need. We need to have a film policy. The culture policy is good, but we could get lost somewhere in there. We need a film policy as an industry because we are big, and this should be able to help give us direction of where we are supposed to go. Yes, you're welcome, Sebo. We're just saying, as a film industry, we don't even have a film policy. And that is a big challenge. So discussing some of these policy issues is hard when we don't even have a film policy. We need it. And that's why we need to work with people like KTA to be able to effect some of these things. We need to have a guild. I was being told by somebody who was on our table that there is an existing guild. I was shocked to hear that there is a producers guild, and I don't know about it. And now nobody on the table knew it. It means somebody is taking advantage of our not being organized. So we need you guys to come in and support us. There is a big concern regarding the tax policy. We are very ignorant on the tax policy. As filmmakers, we need sensitization in that area. We understand there are actually film items that are supposed to be either tax exempt, but we don't know that. So there is need for sensitization in that area. And then also, when it comes to the culture policy, we do not know what is in there. We would like to know how much in there affects film. That said, we'll quickly jump to the next, which is infrastructure.
Yeah, so on infrastructure development, how can local film players circumvent the challenges of having inadequate equipment and infrastructure to grow the local film industry?
I think this starts with one thing, funding. All of us filmmakers have hustled with funding. There's a time I was telling a story where I had to sell my goats. I had a farm of 200 goats. I sold all of them, invested them in a television series, and I lost all the money. I didn't make money. Then I managed to get the film and gave it to an international distributor who got paid and didn't even give me $100. So it's a challenge. It's been a challenge. Funding is a challenge. But we've heard, for instance, government has had some little funding through UCC, but we still think it is very, very limited. And we are so many filmmakers, it is very limited, so we need more in that area. And when you're talking about infrastructure, we're looking at locations. You see, it is hard to tell an African story without showing Africa. How do people out there understand Africa? It's the wild, it's the mountains, it's the rivers, there are these conservation sites. But as filmmakers,
the hotels,
restaurants. Now, some of these locations are very expensive to hire. Then some we actually have no access. There's a time we wanted to do a show promoting culture sites in the country. We talked to somebody in UWA, and he told me that I and my crew of about 40 people needed to pay $65 each to go and film something about that is going to promote tourism. That is ridiculous. That is very ridiculous. Yet tomorrow they're going to hire an international firm, pay millions of dollars to do the same job. So we need support. We need to be able to have access to these national conservation sites, because every time we make a film about them, we are promoting. It is tourism for the country. But it looks like the people in charge have no clue. So we need to work together on that. And
yeah, on that point also, a renowned actor, producer called Idris Elba recently got land in Tanzania to set up a studio. So I think there's some conversations that can happen there to see how we can bring some of the more experienced people in film to also help our industry here back at home. Then moving on to
Labor.
labor, yeah. So what skills do young Ugandans need to succeed in film? And how can these be developed in a way that supports local storytelling traditions?
I think the challenge number one, what makes a good film starts with a good story. So we have a big challenge where it comes to script writers. We have very few writers. Most of them are writing very cheesy stories. And you can also tell when you're not watching Ugandan content, because there's this saying where people say, I don't watch TV, like it's a cool thing to say. But of course, it goes back to us producers not being able to give people worthy watching content. So it starts with good stories to tell. So we have a challenge there. There is need to skill writers, like heavily. And then there is need for us to be able to also tell authentic traditional stories, because that is what we can be able to sell. So we have a challenge there. Of course, even when it comes to production crews, they are very small. We need more skilling in that area. We need a lot of skilling even with the actors. There was a time we used to say that we have very many actors. Then MultiChoice gave us a challenge. It commissioned, first was it what, 3 shows? And we ran out of actors. We ran out of actors. When we had Sanyu, we had Prestige, and actually...
Some actors started doubling.
Yes, then you would see somebody in Prestige at 8, in Sanyu at 8:30 is in Prestige. So there is need for skills development in that area. That is a challenge, and that is the direction we need to go. And like other artists also shared, it is important that some of these skills are inculcated into the syllabus, the educational curriculum. There is drama, yes, but there is no film. Once people can get to start doing film at an early stage, from primary 1, we'll have, I think, a huge labor force in this area. That said, we can move to...
Thank you, Matthew. Then market access. How can Uganda's unique cultural stories attract a global viewership? What films and stories need to be produced about Uganda to put the country in a better light globally?
Yeah, I think it also has to do with the previous point of labor, the stories we write. Most of the times we are writing stories that are similar to Western stories. And why would Netflix buy that when they already have those from everywhere else? So that's a challenge. We need, Peter here made recently a short film called Nambi. Now those are authentic local stories. I think those are the stories we need to be able to make. Those are the stories that are unique to the Western world, and that is what they would want to buy into. So I think we need to go back to and relook the kind of stories that we are telling to be able to attract both local and an international market. And, okay.
So then we went to access to funding. What can the government and private sector do to help build a thriving film industry, especially in rural areas, the grassroots, where cultural stories are rich? How can filmmaking be adopted in content creation and business sector, the business sector? So I think this is about access to funding.
I think we talked about that a little. Yes, we have limited access to funding, but we need, of course, one of the challenges we have as an industry, one is being unable to run our film production houses as a business. So even when you go to a bank, you really can't make a proper presentation for a loan or something. But also, just like somebody mentioned, I think you mentioned, using IP as collateral. I think that is very, very key. I don't know how we are going to, maybe you guys, we need to work together to sensitize some of these financial institutions to be able to accept this. Because Most cases, if they come and ask me, do you have a piece of land? To be honest, I have no guarantee on my return on investment. So if I give them my land title, they take it, it has my house, now I have more problems. I have no more, I'm having problems with my wife, I'm having problems with my children because now we've been evicted. At the end of that day, I'm going to say, I think I'm in the wrong business. Let me try farming or something else. But it is important. But on the other hand, if I used IP, then I have a leverage. You take this IP, I create another one. But if you take my land, then I'm done. I'm pretty much done. So we need to look at it in that direction. And then...
yeah, the last one is on partnerships and collaboration. What incentives can be deployed by government and development partners to encourage Ugandan filmmakers to collaborate to create projects that highlight Uganda's diverse culture rather than competing for limited resources?
So many times we've had conversations with people coming from Hollywood, and we tell them how we have great, authentic African stories to tell. When a Hollywood guy looks at this story and he thinks it's a great story, Nambi, for instance, he's going to say, maybe I need $20 million to make this film. If you want a co-production, what are you bringing on the table? If I bring 10, can you bring $10 million? No Ugandan filmmaker has $10 million, not even $1 million. So that makes it impossible for a co-production to happen. But then if we can work with government, there is something they can offer these people. The number one thing that these guys want are tax rebates. Can government put this on the table as my contribution as a producer? Because maybe tax rebates are worth $4 million. That is me bringing $4 million on the table. Locations is another very expensive area when it comes to film. We have all these conservation sites that we talk about, game parks, what, which belong to government. Can government bring them on board as my contribution as a local filmmaker? Because maybe those conservation or locations are going to contribute to another maybe $3 million. Now that is me bringing $7 million on board. And then we add on other things, local talent, local crew. That's why we need also the film policy to be able to capture some of these things. So we think if we can work with government in that manner, we can be able to grow as an industry. We can make world-class films in collaboration with these people, but we need your support to work with us. We are a bit disorganized as an industry, but you guys are very organized. Please help organize us. Let's work together, and I think we can flourish as an industry. That said, unless Peter has something else to add on.
Thank you so much, Matthew. But yeah, those are very good examples. I'm a live example. Amazon was very interested in Nambi. We got to even the stage of pitching. And after looking at the pitch, they asked us how much. So we gave them, it was going to be an episodic. We told them 800,000 per episode. And we thought we had stretched it so, because they had given us a South African to help us put together those budgets. And the guys looked at us and they said, there is no way you can produce this show with 800,000 per episode. It needs to be about 1 million, 1.2 million, or 1.5 million per episode.
Dollars, please.
Yes, dollars. And my jaw dropped. But yeah, the next question, of course, the follow-up question was, what is your country bringing on top of what this will cost? And we had no answers. So yeah, I'm a live example. So we can do something with KTA to support us in that area. Yeah.
Thank you so much, the film table. Let's give them a round of applause. We shall not ask questions whether you got, I am sure you got. The beauty about film is that every single discipline represented here actually plays a role or contributes to the creation of a film. At this point, I'd like to invite Kenneth to thank our partners and etc. Right?
Well, first, let me start with the film table. Again, this is why we had a workshop format. And we want to commit that all the things that you've put there, specifically that question of partnership with government, we are going to be your voice. But what we'd also ask from you is a discussion I was having with Rebecca and with Martin behind, associate. We can give you examples of other associations that have gotten a lot of wins by coming together. You're not competing when it comes to these other bigger things because all of you will benefit. The e-commerce companies in Uganda associated, and that's how they were able to survive COVID. The musicians have associated, and that's how they are able to ask for amendments to the laws. The internet service providers have associated, and that's how they were able to reduce license fees when they interacted with UCC. Why not the film industry? Why not the fashion industry? Why not the content creators industry there? Why not the artists here as well? So our ask as well is that please consider these associations. And if you can, let's follow up with you. I've asked my team, Catherine there and Francis, to take note of the table hosts and the people who are on those tables, Matthew here, Peter there, Kashushu there, Lillian at the back here, of course, Geoffrey here. And is there a table that I've missed? I think that was a fashion one. I already talked about Martin and that, yes? There's a mic there.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have a point to make about the film industry, which I feel it's kind of the root cause, or participating in the root cause. Especially when you talked about lack of writers, content. I'm an ardent reader. I used to write. I stopped writing. Now, I feel that the opportunity here, especially in terms of policy, and given that we have a young generation that has digressed from reading and writing. Everything is social media. Content that we create is TikTok, someone is, I don't know. There's just something that we are losing. Because if you don't have the right scripts, if you don't have people who can actually get these stories, like Nambi, Gipiri and Labongo, people who can actually understand how to write. And it starts from writing. And then from writing, you move it to, then you have a script. So I feel like there is a root cause problem, which a whole generation, us, have missed, unfortunately. And that's why you're struggling. But the opportunity is with the young generation. I have children, but even my children, they are reading culture. I struggle, you know? Writing is a problem. So how then can we actively participate in dealing with the root cause? How do we promote writing? As a film industry, you're at the upstream, but how do you come back down to the downstream? How do you interact with Ministry of Education and promote reading? I know there are so many initiatives around reading, writing, but I feel reading is kind of picking up, but writing is a problem. So again, this generation might go and we might, yeah, but the biggest population we have now are these young people. And then also the issue about the actors. I was so saddened that there are no actors. You know, I don't know where this comes. I feel like we have so many unemployed people. So I don't know, is it an issue of how you put out this information, how you advertise? Is it the issue of standards that when people come, you know, you directors, cut, you're not good enough? But I feel that, especially things like acting, I don't want to derail the standard of acting, but then what is it we can do to train more young people or attract them into the acting? Like, it's so sad to hear we were at a point where we lacked actors. Even me, I think I can act. But I was just like, how is it possible, a population where we have so many young people who are unemployed and we don't have actors?
No, actually,
so
he said lacking good actors.
Yeah, but
they may be actors, but they are not educated or they are not trained to actually act.
So how do we move them from there to the good actors? Because I know they are standards. So maybe people came and you were like, cut, next. But I just had to say something because I was really touched by your submissions.
I would also like to say something to the filmmakers. I feel like the filmmakers are ignoring advocacy issues for the film sector. Starting with one, the law. There's been an ongoing process of amending the law, but we haven't seen enough filmmakers active in the process. Their contributions have not been well represented. Of course, some of our contributions in the music industry have also impact the filmmakers, but we want to see more filmmakers involved in that process. Two, the filmmakers mostly are concerned with the direct sales of their works, but that is short-term income. That money will dry up at some point. You need to also be concerned about long-term income from indirect sources such as royalties. And the only way to secure those royalties is to also participate in the institutions that do this work, the collective management organizations, the CMOs. The filmmakers are absent in that space as well. There are 3 CMOs. There is UPRS, there is UFMI for films, and then there's Euro for literary works. Filmmakers are active in all those spaces. Every film involves music, and many of these producers also commission music, and they own rights. They are producers of that music as well. You should be members of UPRS and protect long-term income from your music that you are using in your works, and you should be able to collect royalties in the future for that. The same with your CMO for film. Your audiovisual works you should be represented well there, but you are absent in the decision-making process. Be active. If there are issues with the current CMO, get in there and play a role to fix it. No one is coming to fix it for you. And then also many filmmakers are also screenwriters. That makes them, in essence, writers, and that means they should be members of Euro that is representing writers. So your authors of screenplays and these works should be represented. In the future, people might want to do derivatives of your works, and you could be making money long after you have run out of energy to actually make films. So I think you need to be more active in that space. For us, we are already very active. If you need help, we can share knowledge. We be a part of the creative advocacy for our sector. You are too busy making movies, not ignoring the policy issues.
Lastly, you know what they say? If you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
Good one. Okay, yeah. But guys, we need to. Daisy, I will allow you to speak on behalf of Kama when I invite the partners to say just 1 minute each, just to thank the audience. You can start. You can come and say something brief about Kama Digital Content Hub and what you'd like to share. And then if JEPA can prepare, just please 1 minute each, because we need to close. Mitch is going to close everything with giving us a poetic rendition of everything that we've studied, that we've discussed today, similar to what Kashushu did for us on day 1. And I also really hope the rapporteurs in particular have been noting. I'm seeing a few there still giving KB wherever they are, but the rapporteurs, we need to get everything that has been discussed today. So, Daisy, you first. 1 minute, please.
I actually wanted to talk about why we are at the symposium, to create such conversations. I understand that one of the reasons, even Nawiso doesn't know, is that there's no sensitization. I don't think these actors and screenwriters and writers know that such entities exist. And that's why the symposium is important. And we need to have more of these. So I think the conversation needs to go as far as follow-up. Through you, I don't know if we are going to have a group, a working group to follow up some of these issues. Because I've been in a lot of spaces like this, and we have these beautiful conversations, and they end here. So I think the question should be, how then do what are our next steps? Yeah, so I think mostly it's sensitization. I know that a lot of creators and a lot of talented people don't know that these associations exist. And yeah, so I think this symposium comes in handy to make that connection.
Actually, maybe I can actually answer that before you speak. So as I've said, we are going to reduce all the deliberations today into a white paper. It's going to look at each of the sectors and everything that you've mentioned here. And where then the next step will be to interface or interact with government, with you guys. We shall share with you to refine the papers, Then we have meetings with the different stakeholders. That's why we invited the Minister for State for Gender here. That's why we invited UCC, especially for film. This is where these funds are. These are the people that will also be able to push the policies. So we are going to be intentional about following up everything that has been discussed specifically through the workshops that we have had today. Yes.
And I'd also like the screenwriters and actors to take up that space and follow up, even with this white paper. These discussions are important, but they're as good as us actioning them. And that's as well Kama Digital. So Kama Digital comes in to bring together content creators. I think that the journey of content creations, I feel like a lot of them came up during the COVID period where they were trying to, be useful in that space. What Kama Digital does is to equip them with knowledge of monetizing their talent. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please do follow them on their socials.
Do follow them on their socials. They also host the Unpopular Opinion show, which I think most of us know. Follow them, like, share, and comment.
Actually, Kama has taken the lead in setting up an association for content creators. If you feel that's something that you want to be part of, please do get in touch with them. There's Fiona Kemejisha, Prim,
Prim Nyonyozi and Claire Nancy Kombi.
All right, Jepa, please, 1 minute to come, just say something. You can give him the mic, maybe you can. So JEPA is the one that's going to, JEPA is a group of young individuals that are going to write these white papers. And so introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adam Rusa, and I am a co-head of research at JEPA. JEPA is a research and advisory organization with individuals representing East Africa, but situated around the world, working across law, finance, technology, climate and energy. That's basically it. What happens is that our goal is to disseminate information to East Africa about core issues around those particular fields, which are very vital in the acceleration of economies like East Africa's. So we're very glad to be part of the conversations that have been here. Yesterday we were discussing about primary industries that are very critical for economies and other industries on which the creative economy survives on top of. So the creative economy also is something we do celebrate because the creative economy is an accelerator of all other economies, and I would never have imagined being in a room with so many people I had read about previously. I would not name them, but there's so many people here whose shows we watched or whose shows we currently watch or whose content we are interacting with that we celebrate. So it's an amazing opportunity, thanks to KTA, to have such a platform. I think also in terms of development of East Africa, the industries like creative economy, the industries that come out of the creative economy are very important because they give us a platform on which to put things that we can have a higher premium on pricing and things on which we can export Uganda and East Africa. For example, in a movie, we could show a lot of what we can do with manufacturing, a lot of what our culture embraces. So we're very happy. We hope that you'll interact with the white papers we develop, and we hope we could get clients that we work with. We have a commerce and culture desk that provides insights and research for people, and a capital desk that would be happy to invest in a lot of the creative companies here. So thank you for the time to speak. We appreciate it. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Matthew, I think you are wrong. People watch TV, as you can hear. Tessa?
Hi, everyone. Kenneth, KTA, thank you so much. I am always so happy to be a partner with KTA and this symposium. It's a very powerful room. So hello to you all again. I'm not going to take so much time. So my name is Henriette Paula Mugisa. It's true, Henriette is my name. I get asked all the time. It's my first legal name, but I go by Paula. I am the founder of TESA Advisory Services. TESA has been in the market for over 6 years, which, let's praise God and even just thank God for that. I never knew we would make it here. Doing business is so hard. Doing business in Uganda is so hard. There's a lot of need and a lot of opportunity, but limited resources to match the needs. So again, thank you for KTA for creating all of these opportunities and partnering with small businesses. TESA does 2 things. We support micro and small businesses, especially those that are women-founded. We have supported over 4,000 businesses since 2018. Another opportunity to praise Jesus. Please, let's clap for that. When I get boy child, we have to consider him. Everything is women-led, women-founded. It's true, but I think also by the very nature of being a woman, I can speak with women, connect with women, easier support women, encourage women, shout for women. But the boy child will consider him for sure, Mr. Nabwiso. No, we will consider him and partner with like KTA. And you, Mr. Nabwiso, I follow you. I saw you. I follow you. To create initiatives and programs for the boy child. The other thing we do, which might be very interesting, other than supporting businesses, we help Ugandans create skilling programs. So we have designed a number of skilling programs and courses, our own, which we sold to NSSF. So any of you know High Innovator, the enterprise program, in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, we designed that enterprise curriculum. We have designed courses for the UNDP, for creatives, for business people. We have helped quite a number of organizations and communities create their skilling programs for the Ugandan market. I've worked with the wonderful genius Peter of Admire too. He was the head of production for our UNDP courses. So what we want to do is to skill the African workforce. We believe so strongly that each and every one of you here has skills and experiences and insight that you can package into information and teach the African workforce. So what we have done is we have turned our 2 main courses into books. So I kindly and humbly ask you to proceed to the back before you walk out to look at our books. We partnered with a group of young men from Makerere who recently graduated to design these beautifully well illustrated books. So the books are course books. They are manuals that either help you grow your business or turn all of your knowledge and all of the things and all the ideas into a course. Now, the books are on discount. There's 50K off each of them. Thank you, Asmani, for being our first customer. Let's please clap for her. Yes, the books are 50K off. My friend Anna will be sharing some samples for you to see. But what's really great is the course creation book, we have called it Teach Them, Serve Them. Yes, if you use our course books and our manuals to design a course, even one module, we will host it for you on our skilling platform in the first quarter of next year for free. So we really want each and every one of you to start to teach and share your information. Otherwise, thank you for this platform.
Thank you, Paula. Paula, I don't know whether you can create a curriculum for the film industry, specifically with that young man, as you said, but although we know he's not young, but maybe because he looks young. So please do sit with Matthew there and Peter to see if you can create a curriculum for skilling the actors that you're talking about here. I don't know if there's any other sponsor who, especially Ethos, maybe you can just say something quickly, just in 1 minute, please. Then we're able to have Mitch come and give us. I hope the graphics for CAS are ready for the event tomorrow. Whoever is dealing with the graphics for the event tomorrow.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are wrapping up. My name is Peace Masiko Hasasha. I'm the CEO and founder of Ethos, which is the official events sponsor for this event. And if I can point you to our pull-up banner, it pretty much summarizes what we do. We have been talking about sustainability in IP, but now what we bring to you is sustainability in events and how events are run. Events are usually notorious for waste and inefficiencies and misappropriation of resources. What Ethos does is that we maximize innovation and efficiencies so that we reduce waste. And for example, some of you received our emails, and all our emails and notifications to you had a 0 carbon footprint. We also make sure that we partner with vendors who are locally sourced, which boosts the economy. What we're also, thank you very much, Mr. Mukibi. What we're also doing, you understand that space. Thank you very much. And what we're also doing is making sure we do waste sorting. You've seen bottles here. In the last 1 year of our operation, we've saved around 479 bottles of water. And we also partner with hotels and venues that can provide reusable bottles. You will notice that the decor and the equipment, 98% of it is reusable. So those are the avenues that we strategize to make sure that we minimize as much waste as possible. We've also saved over 1,095 sheets of paper from registration and over 470 manual hours of data processing. When you do the math, you realize that that's a lot of saving on the planet. And while we are doing that, we are ensuring that we are maximizing the experience of the guests as they come in. So those are the two things that we're doing, making sure that the guests and attendees of our events are well taken care of. And as we do that, we're making sure that we're leaving the planet Earth smiling. So the next time you're thinking about running your event, think about Ethos, because Ethos is taking the center stage and we're leading in how sustainable events in Uganda should be run. Thank you very much. Some business cards have been shared on your tables. Feel free to reach out to us for your upcoming event. We'll be happy to do the math for you and do the stats for you on how we are going to enable your event to shine. That's what we've done for CEO Summit, we've done it for Fundi Boats, and we've done it for the public and private sector as well, Joint Nordic embassies in Uganda, and many other of the clients that we have worked with. So we're very happy to be doing the same for KTA Annual Symposium. And we are also going to report the same on how we have maximized sustainable practices in the last 1, 2, and the 3rd day of this symposium. Thank you very much.
All right, please, thank you. Let's have Eugene now speak on behalf of Next Media.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eugene Kavma, 6 letters each. I am a balanced person. I lead the special projects team at Next Media. Special projects handles partnerships such as this. And all our CSR and ESG efforts within the Next Media Group. We are very happy to participate in this. KTA has been a good partner. We've had some state of the digital economy together, and we've done a lot of interesting events together. We are here today because the creative and culture space is critical for us. We recently launched a TV channel, NBS Plus, for youth, for young people. The only time you'll interact with it will be on the digital realm. And then if you like what you're seeing, then you can go to the actual channel itself. So we hope if you search NBS Plus, you're going to see some amazing things we're doing for the creative and culture space and for the youth as well. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. So our other partners, as we said, the Uganda Law Society, which is a co-convener. I will end with Conrad Aduna Stiftang because we need to let you know about tomorrow's festivities. KCB Bank, NSSF, UCC, who was here earlier. I think those are the ones that hadn't been mentioned or hadn't been represented here. So is the video of the poster? So tomorrow we are going to be at Design Quarter. These are the conversations we're going to be having, identity talks on culture, and then we're also going to have an actual fireplace chat. Yeah, we are very disruptive as KTA, and so we'll be talking about the importance of preservation of cultural heritage, a public good in private hands. So this would not have happened without the input of a major partner, Conrad Aduna Stiftang. I saw Ale somewhere there. Maybe you can wave since you didn't want to say hello. Ale, at the back there. Just wave to everyone. Ale is from CAS. She's the one, as you can see, she's very engaged in putting this together. So you're all welcome, but I think you have to all inform her at the back there if you intend to join us tomorrow so that we can put you on the guest list. So now Day 2 is done. As we said, day 1 was at Unipod, where we looked at innovation and innovation. Day 2, we've been here at MCI Hub. Oh, MCI did not have anyone speak on their behalf. Is there anyone from MCI who can come say hello? Thank you very much for giving us the space. MCI gave us the space for free, and we really, really, really thank them for helping us foster these conversations. Is there anyone from MCI? Okay, maybe if someone does come, we'll give you an opportunity just to say hello, but let's end the symposium with a poet, someone I respect, someone who is flowetry. Is it called flowetry? Is it called lyricism? I have listened to Mujemba Julide is one of my favorites. I listen to it on a streaming platform, Apple Music. So Mitch is going to recap for us what we have discussed today in the form of a poet. And so Mitch, the stage is yours. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
Hello, hello. Hello. Come on, guys. Guys, more energy, guys. The table of content creators, am I hard? Yeah, I've been writing down a few things here to recap what we went through today. But before I do that, like he said, it's October, Uganda is celebrating independence. Most of you people are doing conversations about heritage, so I would start with this piece called Lekamba and Julie, a piece about Uganda, yeah? Hopefully you love it, okay? Yeah. Uganda ekula, Uganda amakula. Leku bunyonyola ba amazzi agatukula. Itanda bujagaali amazzi ageefukula. Enjovu, enkobe, entulege n'enkula. Ebyaibo akironyo mujeebale buli muntu ombuuza n'ayanukula. Tulya tutudde empisa baatugaana okuswankula. Kakebe, omweso, okwopena n'ekinyakula. Boda tu boda malaba n'emutukula. Nsonda ku nsonda kisolo paka soroti wa Mike Mukula. Akawongo oyita mabira. Weetuukire tolinda muntu kukutabbira kubanga mbirowoozo onnyikira, obbikira. Atannayitaayita yatenda nnyina okufumba. Eno ewaffe abakyala b'embuto bale ne ku bbumba. Nga tonnala ku nkoko enamawojjolo najjembe bakuwaanire yeeruka ya buli omu ayitawo abeera yeegaaya. Nyama ya mbuzi ku nkoggo. Nga tonnala ku muwogo w'ekamudini bamusinzanga ddiini. Agamba nti Uganda ekyayavula. Tonnatuuka ku ntiko ya muhavula. Endingidi akoggo engalabi yalabbi amadinda gwerinda. Mbiwaanira bwerere mbasoogedde ku mulere. Abayimbi amaloboozi bakira ennyonza nze tondeetera Beyonce nga nakanyomoozi. Abo ba One Direction biwero Africa Band bwetandika okuba kubeera kuyisa mukka mu kisero. Sisobola kuva ku ggwanga lyange ne bompa feeza. Ne bontera obumbi butaano ku mmeeza ze bwe mpulira akadodi toleeta mejaleeza. Emboona, enkooge jambula, Uganda yabala ebibala. Entuntunu bw'olya ku mizabbibu toya kebaabu. Eshabwe, essaano, abamayonezi bali ku byabwe. Mutuule mbabuulire. Entulire, ajo n'omwenge bigere, omaliza towuliza bigere. Jameson John Walker mukyali ku muzannyo. Kaseese kitoko ziri mandwa zikuba kibooko. Bwakata yakusakata w'enviri owulira kiwalaata. Chapati bbiri maji abiri nnyanja mbisi bisigadde bisiikiremu. Uganda lwagi ku kikalayi tosigala kyekimu agawalaayi. Owina no shopping mall okuva ku kigaji ne paracetamol. Gwanga lya ssanyu twafuuka basezi. Tubeera mu kulya bulamu. Abakyala aba buli kika bonna babalagavu, abaddugavu, n'abalina ebisambi ebimyufu, abalina entumbu ezaasiba n'abalina mugaba tukyebaliza lugaba. Abawanvu n'abampi Mukama yagaba. Maama lususu ne fako tetufayo abatisi bavako. Wiigi oba wiivu naye haircut y'abanyankole yo style kakole. Abamunyerere, abalina obuviiri obw'oluwewere. Fe abamu twagala bali abalina kaweke waitress twongere mu round endala boss naye kwata oluseke. Lutawo lwa opposition na duli walukaga ne Kasawuli Kampala mukadde n'ekibuli enjawukana. Bamala ne baziteeka ku mabbali. Kakira n'ekinyala. Abaganda n'abanyala. Fly Emirates Ugali ya Kaliya Jawhari abaana baleete Bombardier. Baseeka abakuba zitalawiya. Abakristaayo Abasamaliya. Abali wano n'abali emitala wa Mariya. Abasula enjala. N'abensaniya, nzikiriza mu birooto, nzikiriza mu busuubi, leka mbanjulire. So I'm going to read here this piece. Yeah, I've been writing while experiencing just a few things. It's called Let There Be. Okay, yeah. For a craft that is practiced by those regarded as non-intellect to have intellectual property, I mean, that's the irony. Yeah, personal opinion. Talent contributes only 10% to being an artist. The other 90% are things beyond your talent: positioning, social capital, economics of the craft, brand, and overall policies influencing the industry. Life without art is empty, but how do we value something based off on how it makes people feel? Being an artist is a journey taken alone, but the fact that you can't use it as collateral to get a loan makes it more lonelier. But like a good loan, the interest of art appreciates with time, so it is a good investment. Yeah? It takes time to create a style and structure, but as soon as you figure it out, where is the infrastructure to exhibit your style and structure? The artists need their works protected, but how do we expect an artist blinded by the next meal to see the vision of the intellectual property? Local practice with global problems. The art is a cow that keeps giving but not well fed, gives more to the country and it gets back from gives more to the country than it gets back, from ticket taxes to expensive licenses. What percentage comes back to the industry? Provenance of your work creates relevance. It is good for the brand, but your flash of a genius is no longer enough. I believe creating art is a moment, but as you try to live the moment, try to capture the process of the moment, because if you don't, it might come back as torment and you lose focus and momentum. The policy is designed to keep away from those practicing art than to offer support. Those who know the art don't know the policy, and those that know the policy don't know the art. It is hypocritical for those that are pushing the notion and want to be heard by the artists, but they never go to the places or spaces where these artists practice. It only works for convenience of either parties. While policy might be the drive for everything, the art is like Glovo, the hunger and drive, foster delivery. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michi Savidi.
Thank you so much, Mitch. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Thank you so much for making the time to be here. We appreciate as KTA for having made the time. We appreciate the backstage team for putting everything together. The people online, thank you for tuning in. Okay. Yes, we thank the people that have provided the meals today, the coffee team, our photographers, the sponsors that have put money, resources, and have facilitated the possibility of this event. We have done 2/3 of the event so far because it's 3 days. We're looking forward to seeing you attend tomorrow. Tomorrow we're talking culture, we're talking heritage, we're talking identity. So be there at the Design Quarter in Nakasero. We hope to see you all. For those that can't make it physically, please do tune in online. And for the lawyers, keep watching on Zoom. Thank you.